You're hereby summoned to attend the monthly meeting of the Planning Committee, which will be a hybrid meeting conducted remotely via WebEx and physically in the Council Chamber, Derry Road, Strabane, on Wednesday, the 3rd of June, 2026 at 2 p.m. So we have apologies, members, today from the Chair and Deputy Chair. Therefore, in accordance with procedures, I call on Councillor Jackson to nominate a chair for today's meeting.
Thanks, Suzanne. I'll nominate Councillor Fergal Leonard.
Thank you, members. I will now take the members' attendance and apologies. Alderman Keith Kerrigan. Thank you. Alderman Neri McMorris. Alderman Janice Montgomery, who's going to be late. Councillor John Boyle.
Here.
Councillor Caroline Devine.
And Chair.
Councillor Paul Gallagher. Councillor Conor Heaney.
Apologies.
Councillor Christopher Jackson.
And Shaw.
Councillor Fergal Leonard.
Shaw.
Councillor Patricia Logue. Councillor Patricia Logue.
She said she's going to join us online. She just must be. I don't know we got it.
Councillor McGowan.
Shaw.
Thank you. Online. Councillor Patrick Murphy is apologies. Councillor Martin Riley, apologies. And he's online, apologies.
Sorry, yes, Suzanne, apologies for not being there in person, but I'm joining remotely as I'm away on other council business at the moment. Thanks to Councillor Lennon for stepping in.
Thank you, Councillor Riley. And Councillor Leon Sinai Barr.
That's apologies from Councillor Sinai Barr.
Okay, thank you, members.
Thank you, Suzanne. I'll read through the broadcast announcement. I'd like to remind everyone present at this meeting in the Chamber or in attendance remotely that this meeting will be broadcast live to the internet and will be capable of repeated viewing. This broadcast may be terminated or suspended in accordance with our protocol. Due to your attendance at this meeting, you're consenting to being filmed and to the use and storage of those images for broadcasting or training purposes, and for the purposes of keeping historical records and making those records available to the public. Members and approved speakers are reminded to only have their mics and cameras on while speaking at the meeting and to use the chat facility to highlight a request to speak. A copy of the council privacy notice may be found on the council website. Can I ask for any declarations of members' interest at this stage? Councillor Boyle.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of three, actually. LA 11 2025 0031F, which is the first item on the decision list today. And then LA 11 2023 2158F and LA 11 2024 0809F again, and that's the second one. So I'm going to have to step out for those first two initial applications, Chair. And if somebody can give me a shout whenever that piece of business has been concluded, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Anyone else? Anyone online? Any declarations of interest?
Thanks, Chair. Through you, in relation to Chairperson's business, members, there are a number of items of late information for your attention today. Firstly, in relation to application number 1, LA 11 2025 0031F, we have a letter from the Gateway Community Group. In relation to items number 2 and 3, LA 11 2023 2158F and LA 11 2024 0809F. We have email correspondence from Una McNally. And in relation to item number 4, LA 11 2025 001F, we have email correspondence from MKA Planning. And then finally, in relation to item number 7, we have LA 11 2025 0485F. We have an email from Declan Curran. We have an email from Kieran Hampsey Solicitors to Philip Kingston. And then just recently today at 1 o'clock, we have a further email from Mr. McConomy with regard to road safety concerns. And just in relation to that item number 7 and the last item of correspondence, members, the office review on that would be that we would have to reconsult DFI Roads on that, and we would be recommending that we would defer that application today.
Thank you, Suzanne. All members in agreement about deferring application number 7? Yeah, I can't see any something on that. Thank you. Okay, members, I'll just run through the running order then. It will be as it is on your sheet there, 1 to 6, and then number 8. Just want to go on to matters arising from the open meetings of the Planning Committee held on the 6th of May. Any issues arising from the Planning Committee, the 6th of May? Anybody online on issues from the last Planning Committee meeting? No. Okay, as Suzanne mentioned, there's quite a few late items there, and I want to make sure everybody has an opportunity to read through them. So just stop the meeting for 10 minutes now, just to be sure everybody's a chance to read through the late items. Thank you. Okay, members, is everybody content to move on? Had a chance to read over them papers? Thank you. Okay, so we'll move on to, I think, Councillor Boyle, we're moving on to number 1 now. We'll give you a shout whenever these are over. So we're moving on to application number 1, LE11, bar 2025, bar 0031, bar F. And Rosie is taking us through this one.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. Item 1 is LA 11 2025 0031F. This is for the retention of a change of use from single family dwelling to a house in multiple occupation at 11 Abercorn Road. The recommendation is to approve. The application is returned to committee today following deferral at the committee on the 6th of May. This first slide just shows the location of the application site outlined in red on Abercorn Road. And here's a photograph showing the application property. And when this application was initially submitted, it was for a 5-bed HMO, and that has been amended during the process of the application to propose 4-bedroom HMO. In terms of consultees, we've consulted Environmental Health and DFI Roads, and neither had any objection. In terms of representations, we've had 8 letters of support citing that the applicant provides safe accommodation and is helpful and supportive, and that the HMO accommodation is needed. We've also received 6 petitions of objection with a total of 120 signatures. And we've received 1 further letter from the Gateway Community Association, which is before you today as late items. The main concerns that have been raised and addressed in the officer's report are just summarised as damage to the neighbourhood if this application is approved, management of the property, parking, refuge, noise, disturbance, maintenance and cleanliness of the property, and that family homes aren't suitable for HMOs. With respect to the Gateway Community Group letter, there's a few new items or issues that have been raised. There's a query regarding the number of HMOs on Abercorn Road, and the Gateway Community Group referenced the LDP evidence base, which is dated to December 2019, and that states that there were 14 HMOs in Abercorn Road. And members, you'll note from the case officer report that 5 HMOs are listed. The 14 dwellings that are listed in the LDP evidence base come from an area comprising of Abercorn Road and the surrounding streets. And this data provided an overview of potential HMO hotspot areas at that particular time. So in respect of Abercorn Road itself, and as stated in the case officer report, there are 5 HMOs listed. And these are those that have planning permission, a certificate of lawful development, or that are currently licensed. The community group also raised inclusion of the apartments at Abercorn Factory and the implications that this has for the percentage calculation. The LDP itself provides a method for the way to calculate the percentage of HMOs on any given street, and this requires consideration of the total number of dwelling units, and an apartment is also considered to be a dwelling unit, so is included in the calculation. The group have also referenced the inclusion of Abercorn Court in the calculations, but I can just clarify that Abercorn Road wasn't included in the calculation. It was just Abercorn Road. In terms of the policy context for this development, you'll be aware, members, of the context that's set out in the officer report. Policy HOU 4 relates to retention of housing stock. This development proposing a change of use to, from a single house and family occupation to a HMO won't alter its status as a dwelling house, so we consider that HOU 4 is still met. In terms of HOU 13, we've calculated that the percentage of HMOs currently on Abercorn Road is 3.5%. And as stated, this is based on the plan and history of the street and the HMO licence register. So of the 143 properties on the street, which includes the 55 apartments at Abercorn Factory, there's 5 existing HMOs. And the introduction of this, or approving this particular HMO would bring that to 4%. So approving this application would mean that the total number of HMOs within the street wouldn't exceed the threshold of 30% and policy HOU 13 is met. In terms of policy HOU 14, as stated, this HMO is reduced to a 4-bedroom HMO, which now allows it to comply with HOU 14. And you'll see from the report there that the remaining criteria in that policy are met in terms of the size of the dwelling, that it's all self-contained. There's no part of it located wholly within the rear of the property without access to the public street. And given that the percentage of HMOs is 4%, we don't feel that will impact on the established residential character. In terms of parking, a 4-bed house would require 2 parking spaces. So as a 4-bed HMO, this is not exceeded. And given the location of the property in the commercial core and with easy walking distance to the city centre, the parking requirement is considered to be acceptable. So members, having considered all material considerations, including the relevant planning policies, the plan and history, objectors' concerns and the consultation responses, approval is recommended. I just want to point out a typo in one of the conditions, and we want to change condition 1 just to cite that it is approved under section 55 of the Planning Act rather than the time conditions set out in the officer's report. So apologies for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosie, for that. We have a number of indicator speakers on this one. First speaker I'd like to invite is Maureen Moriarty, and Maureen's online. Are you there, Maureen? Can you hear us? Give her another minute. Maureen's having some problems here just in getting online, but we'll give Maureen another couple of minutes to see if we can get it sorted out. Thank you. Okay, members, Maureen seems to have some problem getting online there. What I'm going to do, just going to defer that one until later on in the meeting. And I'm going to move on to item number 2, which is LE 11 bar 2023 bar 2158. Bar F, intention to change the use from nunnery to guest accommodation. And Rosie's taking us through this one.
Just, they're gonna do something else first now.
Yeah, very good.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's us here, look.
No.
That's us here. Where he is. You know, I love
Aye.
what those things.
Just keep us updated, folks. We just might have Maureen here. Maureen, can you hear us there from council chamber?
Well,
Can you hear me now? Can you hear
Yes.
me?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you. Thank you, Maureen. Maureen, you have 5 minutes to address the planning committee here, and I'll give you a shout about just after 4 minutes. I'll be asking you to wrap up at that stage, Maureen, so you can go ahead there now. Thank you. Just for clarification purpose now, we're on item 1, Abercorn Road 1.
Okay, thank you for today's opportunity to speak. We have several right? We have Abercorn area residents here today, and apologies from many who could not attend due to the work or illness. We still what's
there's a time away.
okay. We stand behind the original petitions with 120 signatures. We submitted further letter to Harbor House last Thursday for all the planning committee members, as we are very alarmed at the calculation method used to determine that there are only 3.5% of HMOs on Abercorn Road. We are objecting to the 30% level still being used as a cap on HMO when the council has already acknowledged last March that 30% is far too high to maintain a sustainable community. We also object to the multitude of apartments that cannot ever be HMOs due to their size being added as individual units in order to land at a 3.5% level. Houses that were not licensed but were flipping usages and operating as HMO types of housing have not been included. This method of calculation leaves the terraced housing on Abercorn Road open to 27 HMOs after the Tilly and Henderson apartments are completed, even under a 10% cap on HMOs. We cannot accept this. Oversaturation is a material consideration, and in reality, that is where the present situation is, particularly in the area around number 11 Abercorn Road. Approval of HMOs are valid for 5 years. Adding HMOs now on top of the hundreds of people being placed in the Tilly and Henderson apartments in the very near future is like a tsunami coming at us. We are asking you today to put yourselves in our shoes and to not approve any more HMOs until a more accurate picture of the existing and upcoming housing can be obtained. Our community group has pointed out the multiple houses being used in the HMO style. The occupants are short-term. They do not get involved with the long-term residents. Sometimes this is due to personal embarrassment, and many times it's because they don't care, as they have no intention of staying there long run. We have also to see who has security cameras. Even in the last week, a stabbing, which culminated in the attendance of 4 police vehicles, 7 officers, a handcuffed arrest, searches of the area, all of this while children in the play park watched and listened. 2 days ago, an all-night drinking party that was still going on at 7:50 a.m. the next morning. People were going to work. Yesterday morning, a police vehicle and an ambulance at another house in that area. What amount of evidence does this community need to show that these short-term emergency housing premises and HMOs are negatively affecting the lives of the local long-term residents? It is causing worry and stress about their own personal safety. It is running down the area. HMOs being allowed in close proximities to each other are having adverse effects. The market value of people who have lived and raised their families here, as well as taking care of the grandchildren after
Right, Maureen,
school,
I'll have to ask you to wrap
are
up.
working,
Answer now.
paid their taxes, rates, and mortgages, are losing 10 to 20% of their previous market value because the buying pool is being reduced to investors. After all, who wants to live near an HMO on Abercorn Road? Duty of care is
Excuse me,
often
Ms.
mentioned.
Moriarty. Excuse me.
That when we voted
Sorry.
for our council members, that they would
Sorry.
have a duty of care for us.
Excuse me.
A neighborhood of many mature, elderly, and sometimes frail
Hello,
people.
Maureen,
We
this is
should not
the
allow a
this is the
situation
chair of the planning
where
committee
the
here. Maureen, I'll
long-term
have to ask you to.
residents are living in deteriorating conditions, feeling increasingly isolated, unsafe, especially after dark.
Hello, Maureen, if you can hear me, I'll have to ask you
Claw
to
back
finish your
long-term
comments now.
residents rather than add them to short-term housing problems. This could be a charming area of interest in the histories of the shirt factories, the music individuals and groups that came from here, and notable persons of interest who once lived here.
Maureen, I'll
We
have to
want
ask you to.
long-term
I'll have
occupancies
to
for
ask you to
single
finish your
people,
comments there now, if you
small
can hear me.
families, even if that means some terraced houses will become 2 flats. We sincerely hope that you will agree, after considering all the points in the letter, that the calculation method needs to be based on reality and that we can work together to rebuild a sustainable community. Thank you.
Thank you, Maureen. Yeah, Maureen, if you just stay where you are, I'm just going to pass it over to the members committee here. I know there's a wee bit of difficulty here and there sometimes, but if there's any members of any questions they'd like to ask, Maureen, please go ahead now. Anybody online wants to ask Maureen anything? No questions for you, Maureen, so thanks very much for joining the committee today. I'd now like to invite Lisa Gillespie, applicant. And I think Lisa's online there as well. Can you hear us, Lisa?
I can, loud and clear. Thank you very much. Good
All right, Lisa, you have 5 minutes as well to address the committee. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair, and all attendees present at today's meeting. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. My planning application on May 3rd had been paused. The reason for elected member to write to HMO Licensing Authority Belfast. It was already stated by the previous Chair, John Boyle, and reiterated by HMO Licensing Authority in Belfast, Pierce McLaughlin. The Licensing Authority is a different entity and cannot be spoken about or addressed until planning has been approved. There's no licensing application planning permission. As Pierce McLaughlin has indicated, HMO offices confirm. He also confirms my property meets the criteria, as do I, as an individual licensee. I am contacted daily by the housing executive, by McGee Campus, by Universal Credit tenants. We are all very aware of the Derry News, Derry Journal headlines this week regarding 50,000 people homeless, which 37,000 of this figure are individual people needing housed. The previous meeting held May the 3rd at the Guildhall. I sat through what can only be described as a brutal, unfounded personal character assassination. I was advised by this elected member that she would abstain and not be in attendance due to the fact that she had previously advised me on the matter at hand. I believe I am a valuable asset to the homeless situation. I have currently housing executive tenants made up of both families and individuals. This pause means I have valuable capacity going to waste in such dire times, as I receive constant communication from desperate individuals and counsellors. I note 137 apartments, which I was pleased to see being constructed less than 20 metres from my property. I'd like to commend the Derry Council on that application. Fabulous for the people of Derry. I am a useful, law-abiding taxpayer. I hope I am given the opportunity to continue as soon as possible. Of the 120 signatures gathered from Gateway community, I believe over 20 of these signatures were coerced, as they are my own tenants' doors they knocked at, and the vast majority have also needed assistance. So I'm not sure how the petition was worded before them. They have all needed my help at this stage too. I have installed high-grade security cameras on this property, on multiple properties, which are scrutinised daily to make sure that everything is running as should. And I'd like to thank the chair for this opportunity to speak, as last month I didn't after the horrendous situation I sat through in the room. So that concludes my input. Just thought I should share. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lisa. If you just stay where you are, I just want to open it to the floor here. See if there's any members of the planning committee have any questions for you. Open to the floor now. Is anybody online any questions for Lisa? I can't see anybody indicating. Lisa, thanks very much for attending today.
Well, delighted to attend. Just to try.
Thank you. I'll just open it now. Sorry, with a hand up here from Patricia Logue. We're just after those. Go ahead, Councillor Logue. Councillor Logue, are you there?
How did it do?
Just last call there for Councillor Logue. Patricia's on. You want to ask at this stage? Okay, moving on then. Go ahead, Councillor Jackson.
Chair, in absence of Councillor Lowe coming on, because I know at last month's committee, there was discussion in relation to issues that have been arising from that particular property, and I know Councillor Lowe is a rep from that area. Would have been better place to ask a question, but Lisa's here, and I wouldn't mind just asking Lisa directly. Has she been contacted over the last number of years about issues arising from the property, and albeit unauthorized HMO use at that particular property, and if so, what measures were put in place to mitigate any of the issues that have been arising from that the complaints originated from? So, just have you been contacted by local residents, and what steps have you taken to address the problem?
I have not been contacted personally by the local residents. I have had a community against me called the Gateway Community Team, who I was friends with, I might add, for most of my life, and I am 47 years old. My parents are living on Abercorn Road 48 years. These are all our neighbours and friends. I haven't had anything from the environmental health or from noise or from refuge or for anything. The steps that I have taken that you ask about are to have a license for the HMO to help to support the 50,000 people on the waiting list that are homeless. And I might add, I am running at 50% capacity, and it breaks my heart that these people are actually, I wouldn't say destitute, but it's desperate times. And to be having this is empty and being inundated with calls every day just breaks my heart. It shouldn't be happening whenever there's people like me and suitable accommodation. And according to the license people, Pierce McLaughlin, it hits the criteria. He's been there. He's very happy with it. The council have been and are very happy with it. It just seems to be the gateway community that are my neighbours that seem to be against me, unfortunately. I hope that answers the questions.
Go ahead, Councillor Jackson.
Yeah, no, it does, Lisa. Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome.
Councillor Logue, I think is on the screen there now. Can you hear us, Patricia? Patricia's having problems with her audio there, so
I just would like to add before we leave this, Patricia Logue had a conflict of interest with me and told me that she would have to abstain from the meeting, and she appeared last month, so I thought that this month that she would have understood that when you help somebody on the same issue that you're not supposed to have that conflict of interest. Be very interested to hear what it is that she would like to say today, maybe an apology.
okay. I'm just going to move on now to, I can't get Councillor Logue online there at all. I'm just going to keep the meeting moving, and I want to go to any questions that there are for the officers, please. Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Chair. Rosie, go over the calculations again, just for my own. I've got it down. There's 100 and, apologies if I've got this wrong. 143 properties on Abercorn Road, which includes the 55 apartments. So, maths is my strong point, but if you were to exclude the 55 apartments, it remains 88. And can you clarify the number of HMOs that have approval on the street in total? Just to go over, because I know there was criticism from the objectors in relation to the method of calculation. I just wouldn't mind an opportunity to step through that again.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Through the chair. Yes, there's 143 properties are calculated, and you're right, if you remove the 55 apartments, that brings you to 88. So the if you calculate on the basis of 5 HMOs operating, that still brings you under 10%, which is 5% would be the number of, or the percentage of HMOs. I just get to the relevant part of the report here. So we have stated in the report that there's 5 existing HMOs at 1, 4, 6, and 9, and 63. But number 6 has a license but no planning permission, but we've still included that in the calculation because it's licensed. Does that help?
Okay, any further questions for the officers? Anyone online? Councillor Logue has just written in the chat box there that she had advised the applicant to apply for planning. I think that's what the conversation would have said. Okay, members, we eventually got there. We got all the speakers in and questions to everyone. There is a recommendation in front of us here to approve this application. So I'll open the floor. If you have any comments that you wish to make. Just one question here for Rosie. See that there, Rosie? Just why are flats accounted for 1 unit and not apartment blocks? think you might have over that there. We'll go over it again.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Logue has asked it, why are flats counted as one unit and not as an apartment block? The calculation is based on dwelling units, and each apartment would qualify as a dwelling unit, having its own kitchen, bathroom, living, bedroom. So that's why it's used. Each individual apartment then is used as part of the calculation. I hope that clarifies.
Okay, I hope you heard that all right. Councillor Logue, is on you want to come back with, you can type in the chat box. I'll give you another few seconds. Just got another message in the chat box from Councillor Logue. Councillor Logue, if you confirm if that's a comment or is it a question you want to ask of the planners? Thank you. Thank you, Tricia. I've confirmed there's a question. Just wait for a response, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just comment on that. Adjacent streets can be taken into account, but in cases where it would be like a small offshoot street where maybe 3 or 4 houses were to be interdependent, or the residents would be very much part of the main street itself. It's not actual main full streets that fall off another street. It's cases where you'd have a small, say, cul-de-sac of 3 or 4, where those houses would be very much considered part of the main street.
Okay, Councillor Logue, it's on you want to come back on that response? And I've noticed your position here as well. Okay, members, yes, so it's over to yourselves again. We have a recommendation to approve. So over to yourselves there for any comments on these may wish to add. Thank you. Councillor Jackson.
Chair, thanks. And I suppose it's clear and it's not surprising that through the deliberation of this application, it's clear that there's issues between the owner and some of the residents that live there. But I suppose the responsibility on us is to take a decision based on policy and based on the facts that have been provided with us. And like I completely understand and accept that the licensing process is completely separate, and if there are issues which I believe have been aired, they should be again re-aired during the deliberation of a license. But for planning perspective, where I've looked at this, assessed it against the policies. I don't dispute the figures that's been presented by Rosie. Even if you were to exclude the 55 apartments, it still falls below our stated aim of applying a 10% threshold. We do need HMOs not only for our increasing student population and as a homeless solution. So we have policies in place to avoid oversaturation, and that's in this case. I feel that it meets the policy, and in that regard, I I'm content to propose that we accept the officer's recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Could I have a seconder for that, please? Councillor Devine, seconded. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to ask Suzanne now to take a vote on this, please.
Thank you, Chair. This is the vote for planning application LA 11 2025 0031, and the recommendation is to approve. Alderman Keith Kerrigan. Alderman Neri McMorris. Or Alderman Janice Montgomery.
Suzanne, I'll abstain as I missed most of the presentation.
Councillor John Boyle is here. Councillor Caroline Devine. Councillor Paul Gallagher.
Or
Councillor Christopher Jackson.
ta.
Councillor Fergal Leonard.
Ta.
Councillor Patricia Logue is abstaining. Councillor McGowan.
I'm abstaining.
Thank you. Councillor Martin Riley.
For Suzanne.
Thank you.
So that is 6 for and 3 abstentions. So that plan application has been approved. I just would state the applicant, if I could advise you, to the applicant to work as closely as possible with the residents as we go forward. Thank you to everybody for their input on that.
Thank you very much for everyone involved, and I will try my very best to work with the community.
Councillor Jackson.
Chair, just before you move on to the next application, I'm conscious Councillor Logue is having audio issues. I have a message there in relation to late items that have been received. Councillor Logue attended the opening of a business at this premises during her year as mayor in a civic capacity. She's agreed that it would be appropriate for her to declare an interest. I'm just conscious that she's not able to, she hasn't resolved her audio issues, so just to verbally put it on the record, which is Councillor Logue has declared an interest, and it might be appropriate to put her in the lobby.
Thank you for that, Councillor Jackson. So that'll be items 2 and 3. Then Councillor Logue has declared an interest in, and can we put Councillor Logue in the lobby, please?
What am I talking about?
Alderman McMorris.
Just to declare an interest, I also attended the opening of that, but I was representing the MLA and I had no conversation or involvement in anything. But if you want me to step out, I'm happy to do so.
Hello, I'm sorry. Is my 11 Abercorn Road finished with?
Okay, Mr. Lesbitt. Yeah, yours has been finished. You're free to go there. Thank you. If you make sure your mic's turned off. Okay, Alderman McMorris, you can step out for this one. We're just checking there that we had a quorum remaining, and we have. So then, if I can invite Rosie to do a presentation on LA 11, 2023, 2158F. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Members, Appendix 2 is LA 11, 2023, 2158 for the proposed retention of a change of use from a nunnery to guest accommodation at 1 Lawrence Hill, and the recommendation is to approve. And just in terms of a bit of background, this application was previously before the committee on the 7th of May 2025. And at that stage, the application was recommended for refusal on the basis of intensification of the existing public wastewater network. The application was deferred at that meeting for a period of 6 months to allow more time to further consult with NI Water. So the application is now returned to committee for decision. The application is sorry, just show you the location of the site is on Lawrence Hill at the junction with Springham Street. And this is just a photo of the actual property. So it's a 3-story terrace building. It was previously used as a nunnery for the Sisters of Mercy, which closed in 2021. And the application proposes the retention of a change of use to guest accommodation. So there's also a unit of guest accommodation in the rear yard of this property, and that is the subject of Appendix 3 in today's committee reports. In terms of consultations, we consulted with Environmental Health, DFI Roads, NI Water, Historic Environment Division, Lochs Agency, NIEA Water Management Unit and Shared Environmental Services. And you'll see from the report, members, that there's no objections and where relevant conditions are proposed. In terms of representations, we've had 18 letters of objection, which have been received from 7 households. In summary, the concerns raised related to sewage and surface water disposal, increased density. There was parallels drawn with an application for apartments at West End Park. There's concerns raised regarding the management of the property, noise, litter, antisocial behaviour, parking, that the change of use wasn't suitable, that the proposal didn't comply with policy TSM 7 in terms of tourism. The integrity of the planning process and enforcement was raised. Disruption during construction, there was behaviour of employees, advertising was out of character and not necessary. The self-contained studio to the rear of the property was raised, and alcohol being served without licence and public availing of breakfast at the property. There's also a late item before you, members, today that you have in your packs for consideration. In terms of the tourism policy, we consider that the proposal complies with the tourism policy, given that it's an appropriate tourism use in this part of the city. It supports the local economy, enabling the restoration and reuse of valuable heritage asset. The surrounding land uses on the street include residential, tourism accommodation, office accommodation and education, but the predominant character will still remain single family dwellings. In terms of the impact of this proposal or this development on the natural environment, when the application was presented to committee back in May 25, it was with a recommendation to refuse permission as NI Water had raised concern regarding overloaded sewage infrastructure causing a negative impact on the environment. And this was also an issue of concern to the objectors. Now, since May 25, the applicant has been working with NI Water on a solution, and NI Water now advised that they've agreed an engineering solution with the applicant to mitigate the foul capacity issue. And at present, NI Water is still working on the detail of that solution. So officers have also given consideration to the fact that there was a previous use of the property up until 2021 as a nunnery, providing 7 bedrooms. And this proposal now results in the provision of 3 additional bedrooms. So given the previous use of the property as a nunnery with 7 bedrooms, this represents a fallback position, which basically means that the property could operate 7 bedrooms and there would be no significant increase in foul sewage over what would have been possible during the last established use. So given the fallback position and that NI Water has confirmed that there is a solution for the site, officers recommend a condition restricting occupancy to no more than 7 bedrooms until the NI Water solution has been delivered. The condition proposed would ensure there's no significant increase in foul sewage until the developer has upgraded the network, and this would ensure no adverse effect on the integrity of any European site thereby complying with policy NE1. In terms of residential amenity, concerns were raised with regards to management of the property, noise, litter and antisocial behaviour. These really are matters that should be addressed to both environmental health and the PSNI if there's any criminal activity taking place. In terms of parking, the previous use as a nunnery had 7 bedrooms, which would have required 4.2 parking spaces, but the guest accommodation would require 12 spaces, and that's including for the unit at the rear of the property, the guest accommodation in the rear yard. So there's a shortfall of 8 parking spaces. But officers have taken into account that the proposal is located in a highly accessible location with public transport and car parks close by. It's a 10 to 15-minute walk to the city centre, and that the university campus car park is free for parking at weekends and evenings. It's also reasonable to consider that the guest house will not operate at full capacity all of the time. So flexibility in respect of relaxation of parking would assist the beneficial reuse and refurbishment of the existing building, which is of heritage value, and support urban regeneration and the conservation area. So for these reasons, we consider that the parking requirement under TAM 9 is satisfied. So members, in conclusion and on balance, the proposal is acceptable as an appropriate tourism use. Third-party concerns have been considered. Whilst in respect of parking, whilst full provision is not was provided as into standard, the policy allows for a reduction at this location. In respect of sewage, we understand that there's a solution which can be delivered and that occupancy of the building should be restricted to the fallback position of 7 bedrooms to ensure no adverse effect on designated sites. Therefore, having considered all material considerations, including third-party objections, approval is recommended subject to the conditions set out in the planning report. Thank you.
Okay, Rosie, thank you for that. We have a couple of indicator speakers in this one, and first speaker will be Barbara Kern. If I could invite Barbara to come forward. Hello, Barbara, you're very welcome to Plan Committee today. You have 5 minutes to address the committee now, and I'll give you a wee shout just after 4 minutes and ask you to wrap up then. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Committee, I'd like to make this submission in relation to number 1 Lawrence Hill. The listing of these planning applications is premature and must at least be deferred. Elected representatives of this council have already endorsed this development, and the council is not an impartial actor in these proceedings. Since 2023, this unauthorised development has been a source of pollution, which is still ongoing. There is evidence that alcohol is being sold at this development. The 2 planning conditions proposed by the Planning Department are fundamentally flawed and fail the basic legal requirements of reasonableness and enforceability. Any agreement by the applicant to comply with conditions is without merit, as their track record of non-compliance is well documented. The first condition proposes limiting the use of the development to 7 bedrooms and the non-use of the rear apartment until Northern Ireland Water solution to mitigate the current insufficient foul water drainage capacity is delivered. The Planning Department have absolutely no way of knowing the occupancy of this development and cannot enforce this condition. The applicant's history of non-compliance is well known. In any event, the condition is flawed, as it is not within the power of the applicant to discharge without relying on the off-site actions of third parties who are not party to this application and over whom the applicant has no control. The condition is unreasonable and would not be upheld in a court of law and is not enforceable. The planning report argues the development could operate a fallback position using only 7 bedrooms without any significant increase in foul sewerage discharge from its previous established use. This argument, adopted from the applicant, is not sustained by the facts. Previous use required 2 bathrooms. Current development requires 12. A reduction to 7 bedrooms would still involve 8 bathrooms. The applicant claims only 52% occupancy. This contradicts the 70% occupancy claim made in their tourism benefit statement. The planning department, while quoting 52% occupancy, in fact, has no evidence of any occupancy figures from the applicant. Previously, this property had 3 or 4 occupants for years prior to its closure as a convent. Its current capacity is for 22 guests, with breakfast, dining facilities and bar facilities for its residents, and also non-residents from the applicant's adjacent hotels on Lawrence Hill, Crawford Square and elsewhere. The daily attendance of cleaners, reception staff, servicing and deliveries were no part of its previous use and represent a significant increase in the foul sewerage discharge from this development, as acknowledged by Northern Ireland Water in their email of the 31st of October 2024. The Planning Department's second proposed condition requires details of the final agreed solution with Northern Ireland Water to be submitted to Council within 1 year. This condition fails to meet the basic legal requirements of reasonableness and enforceability. A condition is not wholly within the power of the applicant to discharge. It is not reasonable. Compliance requires actions of third parties on lands outside this application beyond the control of the applicant. This condition would not be upheld by a court of law and is not enforceable. Northern Ireland Water, by email dated the 19th of the 6th, 2025, confirmed that on completion of the detailed design and full discharge of the developer contribution, they would have 6 months to develop their scheme. They added that the process can take up to 12 months to get to construction stage. This committee knows that when this application was listed in May 2025, Northern Ireland Water had been waiting for 6 months for the design deposit from the developer.
I'll ask you to wrap up there now, please, Barbara.
I'm not finished. I continue on.
I'll give you another 30 seconds. Thank you.
Could I ask the committee, please? We have no right of appeal. And
Thank
this,
you.
this
Just
is
read
a
on.
very important issue.
You better take the time reading on your statement.
So, Northern Ireland Water had been waiting for 6 months for the design deposit from the developer. The applicant came to the planning committee meeting effectively saying the cheque is in the post. The applicant's expressions of frustration at alleged delays by NI Water are disingenuous, and they fail to acknowledge their own delays which have held up the process. Northern Ireland Water confirmed that on the 30th of April 2026 that the drainage scheme is still within the 12-month design period. And most importantly, they confirm that until the developer has paid all monies in full, they are not considered to have committed to the delivery of the referred scheme. Listing this application before completion of the design stage of the required sewerage scheme and the payment of all contributions due is premature and unnecessary. It means council loses control and unnecessarily disadvantages itself from any enforcement proceedings. The applicant has been aware since 2023 of the environmental risks of this development.
Okay, Barbara, I'll give you a nice minute and I'll not be allowing any more. So thank you for your input today. But here we are, just in case, I want to open it to the floor of the planning committee if anybody has any questions for you. Thank you. So over to the members in the chamber or anybody online. Any questions for Barbara, please? Councillor Geller.
Thank you. As I mentioned, one of the conditions there was around, and this was deferred previously, but NI Water have said that there is a solution. could you elaborate on the stuff you're saying that there's not a solution?
I am sure there is a solution, but any solution requires the financial contributions to be made by the developer to be paid in full before NI Water are obliged to complete the works. We know that this developer came to the last planning meeting this time last year without having paid the design contribution, effectively saying our check is in the post. So these are issues between the applicant and NI Water. If this planning decision is made today, the council have absolutely no locus in relation to these discussions. We have asked that NI Water should be here to explain exactly what their position is and exactly how much money they have received in respect of the completion of this scheme. But the planners decided in their wisdom, no, that it wasn't necessary to have NI Water here. I mean, we have a situation that in November 2025...
Has your question been addressed, Councillor Keller?
Well, I think I need to say that NI Water said the receiving foul sewer network has reached capacity. The public system cannot properly serve this development proposal. We have the planners saying that the tourism requirements are met. Surely the very first thing in relation to tourism is you don't damage the tourist asset that people are coming to see. This council is spending money on the Foyle Maritime Festival for everybody to enjoy. I would prefer if that money was spent preventing unauthorised developments polluting the River Foyle.
Thank you. Jonathan Ford, do you want to ask? Any questions from anybody else for Barbara? No, thank you very much for attending today, Barbara. Thank you.
I wonder, could I address the fact that
listen, I have to move on now, Barbara. I have to move on.
I do appreciate that,
yeah,
but you haven't addressed, as chairman of this planning committee, you haven't addressed the fact that the Lord Mayor and members of this planning committee attended the official opening of this development while live enforcement files were still in play. And basically,
I think, to be fair, Barbara, the members you refer to have abstained from this particular application. I think that's fair, and I think that answers your point.
It
Thank you.
actually doesn't answer my point, but I appreciate you're not going to deal with it.
Well, I think I have answered and I've dealt with it. Thank you. Okay, I'd now like to move on and invite Matt Kennedy, Mark Colvin, come forward and address the committee. Thank you. Okay, Matt, you're welcome to committee today. Is it just yourself who will be addressing the committee?
No, sorry, Chair. Mark Colvin of Sheehy Consulting is also online. And he's the engineer who deals with Northern Ireland Water. So he's available to answer any questions in relation to the storm sewer.
Okay, Matt, to address the committee, and initially you have 5 months between you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, councillors, for the opportunity to address the planning committee on this planning application. I'm accompanied by Mark. He's the engineer dealing with the negotiations with Northern Ireland Water. And if councillors have any questions in relation to that ongoing work to provide the storm sewer, he's available. I've read the comprehensive planning committee report. Welcome the recommendation to approve and the applicants have no objections to the proposed planning conditions. Both Mark and myself are available to answer any questions from any of the planning committee. I think I really have to address some of the objections that have been raised to the application that have been raised here today. In terms of the planning conditions, there's 5 tests. 5 legal tests for a planning application. I believe that these conditions that are proposed meet all 5 of those tests. The first test in relation to a planning condition is it necessary to make the development acceptable in planning terms? I say it is. Quite clearly it is. The planning authority agrees that it is. So I believe that test has been fulfilled. The second test is it relevant to the development permitted in the scope of the planning permission? Quite clearly it is, and I believe that test has also been fulfilled. Third test is it enforceable? Chair, I say yes, it is enforceable. The third parties have a misunderstanding, Chair, in relation to the relationship between us and Northern Ireland Water. We are on a contractual arrangement with Northern Ireland Water. We have agreed to pay the design fee, and the design fee has been paid of £12,000. We're also in a contractual arrangement to pay for the public storm sewer. That'll be £74,000. We're contracted to provide that and to pay that. Those works are carried out on the public road, which is an adopted road, which is adopted by the Department of the Environment, of which Northern Ireland Water Service are a member. So they control that land and they own that land. And any works that are being carried out on adopted roads. So therefore, I totally reject the suggestion that this condition isn't enforceable or that there's some third-party land that this development is proposed to be being carried out that isn't involved in this planning application. So I just can't accept that, Chair. In terms of the further tests, the fourth test is it precise and clearly worded? Well, quite clearly, Council Chair, anyone reading these conditions can see that they're quite clearly precise and clearly worded. And the fifth test is it reasonable in all other respects? And I would argue quite clearly that they are. So that deals with the tests in relation to the planning conditions. In relation to the other objections, I come to this planning authority most months. Sometimes decisions go in my favor, sometimes decisions go against me. But the one thing I would always say is that the council's impartial. This is an impartial planning authority, and you make determinants based on merit. Sometimes I get a decision, sometimes I don't. But I've never said that the council is partial or that the council has a bias. Applications are determined on their planning merits. So I reject any allegation that this council is not impartial. In terms of the issue of alcohol, Chair, I have read all the objections made to this application. There's absolutely no evidence of alcohol being sold in these premises. And I want to be clear, no alcohol is sold in these premises, never has been, never will be. There's no license here. The objectors are solicitors, Chair. They know this isn't the proper remit for this matter. This should have been, if they have allegations in relation to alcohol being sold on a premises, they take that to the PSNI and it's dealt with under licensing law.
Okay, Matt, I'll ask you to wrap up shortly now.
Okay, Chair. I don't think I have anything further, Chair. Mark's online if there's any questions just in relation to the storm, sir.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to open it up now to the floor. Councillor Jackson's the first one
Yeah,
indicated.
Graham, Chair, and see, to be honest, I didn't get into it with the objector, and I'm not getting into it with yourself, Matt. In relation to impartiality, like we know why we're here, we know the integrity of this council and the integrity of this committee. And I am not getting on the remarks that were made earlier. I think it's offensive to not only members but the officers. But in relation to the works that need to be carried out, I think Mark does need to maybe provide a bit of detail, because we were here a year ago. We did ask for this to come back within 6 months. No, it's double that, and I've no doubt that yourselves are as frustrated around that as we are. But what commitments, and this is the Mark, what commitments that can we have that these works will be carried out within a reasonable time frame, given that it's taken so long to get us to where we're at now, to get us to come back on. And it does concern me that like Lawrence Hill is practically part of our city centre. The works carried out, or the works required to be carried out, only cause major disruption. And they put a new storm sewer in that, and in a street as key as that, would cause major disruption. So I just wouldn't mind knowing no more detail around that, what engagement with local residents will take place, and I suppose maybe even in a wider space, what engagement with council and engagement with the likes of City Centre Initiative as proposed to happen before any works is carried out. So could Mark provide a bit of clarity around the timeframes and the engagement piece with all the stakeholders?
Yeah, that's no problem. Just checking you can hear me okay.
Yes, we can hear you fine, thanks.
Okay, no problem. Just to give you a bit of background, the solution that's been identified is stormwater offsetting. So that is essentially where stormwater has been identified that's entering Northern Ireland Water's foul system. For that to be offset, it has to be diverted from the foul system to the storm system, and the storm sewer has to be extended along Lawrence Hill for that to take place. At the minute, there isn't a storm sewer there for that to be diverted to. So NI Water are delivering that storm sewer under an Article 154 sewer requisition application. Now, sewer requisition applications, NI Water's standard time frame for the design element of that is 12 months, and very often it's longer than that. That's just the time. It's not that this site is any different than any other. They stated in their letter and in all their correspondence that comes out around requisitions that it will take 12 months for the design element of that work to be carried out. And I suppose I have no control over it. That is solely a scheme that's being delivered by NI Water, and the timescales will be dictated by them, their design consultants, and their contractors. But the scheme is to extend the storm sewer network up Lawrence Hill to provide an outlet for the stormwater offsetting to take place, which in turn will create the additional capacity needed for full occupation of the premises. If that answers your question, or if you've anything additional, I'm happy to answer it.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, and I'm starting to question why NI Water aren't here. If NI Water are the people responsible for the delivery of the offsetting scheme, then they may be better placed to answer any questions. But so just to be clear in my own head, from the applicant's perspective, the only your part of that agreement or contract would be to provide the money for NI Water to carry out the work, and to design the scheme. So at what part are we at? We've a year on, what progress has been made over that year? has the scheme been fully designed? And if so, how far up Lawrence Hill is the new storm drain going? And then I fully appreciate that if it's not within the applicant's gift, they give a commitment around time frame. Is there a commitment that the 70 odd £1,000 that Matt alluded to, is that exchanged hands, or is that does that remain an issue? Because that was part of the conversations, if I recall, a year ago. So what we're at now is we've got a recommendation in front of us. We've got an application in front of us. There's been queries in relation to whether the conditions are enforceable, whether the conditions are appropriate. And I just want to bottom out where we're at, and I accept the steer that we've got from yourself, Matt, but it's just for the public record, just around absolute clarity on who's carrying out the work, who's responsible, and where potential bottlenecks could arise. So I don't know, Mark, if there's just, can you clarify, is that right? I know you're here as an engineer, but my take on what you've said is that you're here as an engineer, but the people that are designing the scheme are the engineers from NI Water. So that does sort of pose. Can you confirm if that's the case? And I suppose that does pose a question: why are we not getting any water engineers here instead? But no, thanks, Chair. And there is a question in relation to that, but it may be just to confirm yes or no.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I'm here as an engineer representing the applicant, not representing NI Water. An Article 154 storm requisition is delivered by NI Water, and the cost of CM is paid by the applicant. So in terms of timescale, the only thing that I have is NI Water standard timescales, which is what they've quoted on that it's sort of 12 months is your design period. But that's
Okay,
the same on all 154, so it's not.
Okay, thank you for that. Anybody else want to ask any questions? Either Matt or Mark? Anybody online? No, thank you. Thank you, Matt, for attending. Okay, then I want to open it up now to. No, thank you. Will be. Thank you. Listen, we're taking each application on their own. Thank you. I want to open to members now if they have any questions for the officers. Thank you. Sir Devine.
Thank you, Chair. So in relation to the conditions that no more than 7 bedrooms within the property will be operational, can I ask how that would be enforced, or how we would check on that if that condition was in place?
Thanks, Chair. We would have to monitor the use of it with the applicant. We'd have to monitor the use of the building.
Okay, thank you. Just bring in Philip here.
Yeah, thank you. There was a suggestion think from Mr. Kennedy that in some way or other that was connected to contractual relationship with NI Water. That's not relevant from the point of view of enforcement. From the council point of view, the obligation is on the council to enforce the condition, not NI Water or anything like that. So to the extent that it was suggested it was enforceable by contractual relationship, that's not relevant for the purposes of our consideration. I appreciate there may be some confusion just as to the process that's going on with the council. What will now happen is that the council will hear the second application, application number 3 on the agenda, and then the vote in relation to application number 2 and application number 3 will be taken one after the other after we've dealt with that. So we'll go forward now and we'll hear application 3.
Okay, then, want to ask Rosie to come back in and give her presentation on LE 11/2024-0809/F, change of use from outbuilding a former convent nunnery. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Appendix 3 then is LA 11/2024-0809F. And this is for the retrospective change of use from outbuilding of the former convent or nunnery to, and an extension to the guest house accommodation and single-story extension to accommodate an ensuite at 1 Lawrence Hill, and the recommendation is to approve. In terms of background, the application was previously before the Planning Committee on the 7th of May 2025. The application was recommended for refusal on the basis of an intensification of the existing public wastewater network, and the application was deferred for a period of 6 months to allow more time to further consult with NI Water. The application is now returned to committee for decision. So this unit of accommodation is located in the rear yard of the nunnery that was the subject of Appendix 2, and this is a photograph of the unit in question. So as I say, it's located in the rear yard of 1 Lawrence Hill, and it has been, it's the conversion of an outbuilding to provide guest accommodation for a maximum of 2 people. In terms of consultations, environmental health, DFI Roads, NI Water, Historic Environment Division, Lochs Agency, NIEA Water Management Unit and Shared Environmental Services were consulted, and they have no objection and were relevant. They've proposed conditions. And so the summary of the objections received were in respect of this additional apartment was not initially disclosed to NI Water. There was dispute about the design and access statement. The request for council to cease operations in light of the NI Water report. Proposal doesn't comply with PPS 16 as it damages the environment. Impact and character and residential amenity of the conservation area. Financial investment is not a material consideration. It detracts from the character, character of the conservation area in terms of excess lighting and advertising. It creates unacceptable parking congestion, and it's not a sustainable form of development. The plan and context for the development is set out in the planning report. In terms of the tourism policy, the proposal is considered to comply, given that it's an appropriate tourism use in this central part of the city. It supports the local economy and enables restoration and reuse of a valuable heritage asset. The surrounding land uses, though predominantly residential, also include tourism accommodation, office development, education, but the predominant character will remain single family dwellings. In terms of the design of the unit, it's not considered significant in terms of its impact on the character of the conservation area or in terms of its scale, as the majority of it won't be seen from the conservation area, and Historic Environment Division had no objection. The use of materials and the design amendments are considered acceptable, and it's therefore considered to comply with GD Pol 2 in terms of design considerations. In respect of impact on the natural environment, the application was presented to committee in May 25 with a recommendation to refuse, as NI Water raised concern regarding overloaded sewage infrastructure causing a negative impact on the environment, and this was also an issue of concern to objectors. Since May 25, the applicant has been working with NI Water on a solution. NI Water now advises that they've agreed an engineering solution with the applicant to mitigate the foul capacity issue and to allow connection. And at present, NI Water is still working on the details of the solution. So in this case, unlike Appendix 2, where there was a fallback position, this outbuilding can't rely on any fallback position. It's been a conversion of an outbuilding effectively. There was no residential use of the outbuilding. So NI Water has confirmed that there is a solution which also includes for this unit. Officers therefore recommend a condition which restricts occupancy of this unit until NI Water have delivered their solution. This would ensure there's no significant increase in foul sewage until the developer has agreed the upgrade to the network, resulting in no significant effect on the integrity of any European site, thereby complying with policy NE1. In terms of GD Pol 1, residents raise amenity concerns in respect of the management of the property, noise, litter and antisocial behaviour, and these are a matter for both environmental health and the PSNI. In terms of parking under policy TAM9, this unit of guest accommodation requires one parking space, and when then you add that to the requirement for the guest accommodation in the main building, this would require there'd be a total of 12 parking spaces required. So there's a shortfall of 8 parking spaces. But officers have taken into account that the proposal is located in a highly accessible location with public transport and car parks close by, and it's within a 10 to 15-minute walking distance of the city centre. And the University Campus car park is free of charge at the weekends and in the evenings. It's also reasonable to consider that the guest house will not operate at full capacity all of the time, and flexibility in respect of relaxation of parking would assist the beneficial reuse and refurbishment of this heritage asset in the city. So for those reasons, policy TAM9 on parking is considered to be met. So on balance, members, the development is considered acceptable as an appropriate tourism use. Third-party concerns have been considered, and whilst parking provision is not to full standard, the policy allows for a location at this location. We're also aware that the sewage solution is underway, and we recommend a condition to restrict occupancy of this unit until that solution is delivered. And members, you'll just note that there is actually a typo in the condition 2. It should reference condition 3 and not itself condition 2. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that, Rosie. I'd now like to invite Una McNally forward on behalf of the objectors. Hello again, Nearly. You're very welcome to the Planning Committee today. The opportunity to address the committee. As you probably heard me saying earlier on, speakers of 5 minutes to address the committee, and I'll give you a shout about 4.5 minutes, and I'll ask you to wrap up at that time. Thank you. Just put on your mic just there.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. I can address this. I want to introduce myself. I'm so much more than a solicitor. I'm a retired solicitor, but I am a member of the community, which is a very cherished community in one of the last areas within the city that's in residential use. Now, I could explain a couple of things. I'm going to start with the headlines. We're operating a shebeen in Lawrence Hill. We have to know, the first thing we have to know about these applications are they're retrospective. And of course, we'll not have to explain that to the planning committee, but a retrospective application means that you do all the work, and after you do all the work, you look for permission. In an Article 154 application, you're supposed to contact Northern Ireland Water before you start to say what would be a good infrastructure and how could we support this. We have to remember this is an old neighbourhood, it's Victorian houses, it's Victorian waterway. So what happens is you don't ask anybody, you just do what you want. And we're not talking about bedrooms, we're talking about bathrooms. The nuns, 3 or 4 nuns whom we knew and who lived within our community, had 2 bathrooms. Now we have 12 bathrooms. I want to say about may I stand up, please?
Yeah, as long as people can hear you, if you're making
They'll hear me. I want to say that in relation to this application, there are a couple of issues. There's the money. I asked, would Mr. Alan Moore be attending? He's the man from Northern Ireland Water. I said, oh no, he won't be attending. We've recommended approval. We don't need him. I said, would you please ask him to attend? I wrote to Mr. Moore directly. Mr. Moore didn't reply to me. Mr. Moore could answer all the questions about how long is this going to take. There is one big question which was ignored when it was put by Councillor Jackson. Have you paid the contributions? 86,000 in my reckoning. The last day we were here, the 7th of May, Mr. Kingston, City Solicitor, had to intervene because there was a whole circus about the payment of the last contribution. Oh, we've paid it, said Mr. Kennedy. Oh, that's great. Mr. Moore from Northern Ireland Water, whom I wanted to attend, came on and said, oh, sorry, I've just checked with the office. We haven't received it. Nothing to do with me, Mr. Kennedy said. Over to my engineer. Her engineer thrown under the bus to say, well, I think the cheque has been sent. What I'm saying here, we have had a developer who has come into the midst of our community without buyer leave, without permission, and in this case that I'm addressing, has built a self-contained apartment without even putting it on the plans. We had to contact the council and say, there's a map there and it's an outhouse, but in fact, it's a fully operational self-contained apartment. Oh, well, I better write to Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy, could you ever send us in an application? Because you haven't applied for any permission for that. So this has been going on since 2022. Initially, Northern Ireland Water said, and they sent a letter to the council, we would like that place to be closed down because there is no suitable drainage because the water is running down and ruining the foil. And the council couldn't do anything. We wrote to the council and said, why aren't you closing the place down? Northern Ireland Water can direct us to what to do, but we don't have to do that. It's a direction. So I want to ape what Councillor Jackson said and commend Councillor Devine and say, what about the money? Has the money been paid? Why are we here today? We're no further on. It's 1 year and 13 months since we were here the last day fighting over the first contribution. And here we are again. What progress has been made? Northern Ireland Water isn't here to tell us. And who has suggested the wonderful condition that we'll have 7 bedrooms in operation? The applicant. In fairness to Miss McCracken, she was asked, or was it Miss McMenamin, how would you enforce those conditions?
well, we'd enforce those conditions in conjunction with the applicant. I am a lawyer, and I can tell you something. If you put in a condition to say you'll operate 7 bedrooms from an applicant who have built, who have converted, and by the way, for any new members, and you're all invited, I know you're newly constituted.
Right, Jenny, you're coming down to your time. Another 20 seconds.
I have something to say.
Well, we need to wrap it up very
Please,
quickly. Thank you.
wrap it up very quickly. For anyone who is in the dark about why 3 members of your committee are not with you, before the applicant applied for planning permission, and Mr. Kennedy has avowed here that he's here a couple of times, but he's here every month. He's here all the time. He's involved in every application at the time. He invited the then current mayor, Councillor Patricia Logue, who's outside or who can't connect, and invited Councillor Boyle, the previous chair of the planning committee, to come to an official opening. There are wonderful pictures, and just have this picture in your mind, cutting a ribbon of a development for which a planning application hadn't been made. And I say this to the enforcement team of Derry City Council, in which there were 4 live applications for enforcement. And there was a party royal in that place. Now here, I come here.
I'm just going to have to ask you to wrap up now.
Logue, yeah,
I've given you an extra minute.
Kind, and I'm going to give you the solution.
No,
If you don't
it's
come
okay.
with a problem, I'm going to give the solution to Derry City Council because I think it's very important.
This is your final couple of words, and then
Yeah.
I'm just going to have to
Final-
ask you.
and this is it.
Yeah.
And this is the solution I give to Northern Ireland Water. Have the money paid to Northern Ireland Water, please. First, defer this application. And when money changes hands and the 86,000 is paid, come back. Christopher Jackson, Councillor Jackson.
Okay, that's it now. Thank you very much. I'll open it.
I will not be silent.
But I will open it to, listen, we have standing orders here in the council. We have strict rules that we have to give everybody a fair chance. And I am now opening it up
I will
to,
say one last
no,
thing.
you may have an opportunity in the question that you're asked.
Good,
I'm now
great.
asking you,
Thank
hand it
you.
over to the members of the planning committee. If you have any questions for Una. Councillor Jackson, if you want.
Thanks, Chair. And I suppose I'm going to ask Gunnar to elaborate a bit on her potential solution. Just to afford the opportunity to enlighten us all.
Well, I thank you, Councillor Jackson, for that opportunity. I would think, and this is common sense, first of all, it's not enforceable, and that's confirmed by the top table, that there would be, in this case that I'm addressing, that the outhouse that's now a fully operational, self-contained department would be closed, unless the council invests in 7 locks and bars and goes down and closes the bedrooms, and I don't think that's going to happen. But here's my solution, Councillor Jackson, if I can address that. First of all, you're sitting here all the time, you know about enforceability. Mr. MKA Planning, Matt, apologies, I've forgotten your second name, excuse me, has said that all the conditions are met and there's enforceability. Well, they're not met. And the fact that you're expecting Northern Ireland Water to come back within a year, everything is contingent upon the developer, the applicant in this case, paying the money. If the applicant doesn't pay the money to Northern Ireland Water, there will be no scheme in place, and that's confirmed in writing. But the absence of Mr. Moore to explain all that is deafening, and it's incredible given that I asked that he be in attendance. Now, my solution would be, and it's a very practical solution, why don't we defer this application? Because in fairness, this shebeen that's selling alcohol illegally has been operating since 2022 without planning permission. Everything was done before an application put in. The party was had before the application even went in. So if it were deferred, and if we come back, because we didn't get a straight answer when we asked, when Councillor asked Mr. Campbell, has the money been paid? There was a deafening silence. So if the money has been paid, well, isn't that wonderful? And then maybe Northern Ireland Water could come back at the next meeting and say, we have the money, we're delighted with the 86,000, we'll hurry up our scheme. So to me, In the current state of this application, with the conditions that are unenforceable and unreasonable and doomed to failure, in the current state, it has to be a refusal. But I'm a generous girl. I would suggest if you adjourned it and everybody got their house in order, because we cannot leave the fox in charge of the hen house. So how can the fox go and close those or ensure there's 7 bedrooms? And we have to remember, we're not talking bedrooms, we're talking about bathrooms, and we're talking about the foil continues to be polluted, the water continues to flow down the hill, the water pressure continues to be poor. Let's get a solution. Let's get it done. Let's adjourn the case and then do the right thing. And I think that's common sense.
Thank you very much, Una.
Thank you very much,
Is
Mr.
there any
Rowe.
other questions from anybody in the committee? Anybody online? Any questions for Una? No, can't see anybody. Thank you
That's
very
lovely.
much for attending today. Okay, Matt, I'd like to invite you back again, please. Okay, Matt, you're welcome back, and I will state the rules again. 5 minutes to address the committee, and if you shout, but 4.5 minutes, and I'll ask you to wrap up. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, councillors, for the opportunity to address the planning committee on this planning application. Once again, I'm accompanied by Mark Colvin of Shea Consultant, the engineer dealing with the negotiations with Northern Iron Water. And he's available to deal with any issues in relation to Northern Iron Water. Once again, I've read the comprehensive planning committee report, welcome the recommendation to approve, and the applicants have no objection to the proposed planning conditions. Both Mike and myself are available to answer any questions from any of the planning committee. Just in relation to some of the issues that have been raised, Chair, the delay in design and paying the design deposit was rather than entering into this level of expenditure with Northern Iron Water. The applicants wanted to explore other potential drainage solutions, which would have diverted the stormwater from the combined sewer, such as a potential SUD solution, sustainable urban drainage system. But if you look at the site and you look at the property, it covers probably 60–70% of the plot, so that would be difficult. We also examined issues in terms of an option recycling rainwater and recycling grey water, and that was explored too, but wasn't really deemed to be feasible. So that's how we ended up then agreeing to pay the design deposit and moving on the contractual arrangements with Northern Iron Water. This public storm sewer will not only divert stormwater from number 1 out of the combined foul sewer, but it will also allow other stormwater in Lawrence Hill to be diverted into the public storm sewer from the combined sewer. And this will increase capacity in the combined foul sewer, and this is in the overall public interest. In terms of the works that will be carried out, Chair, these works will be carried out by Northern Iron Water. They'll not be carried out by us, or they'll be carried out by Northern Iron Water contractors who will be engaged by Northern Iron Water. And Northern Iron Water will consult as part of any scheme. So just to deal with those issues. In terms of the other issues, Chair, I didn't invite anybody to anything, Chair. I didn't attend any party. In terms of the application, we accept the conditions as proposed. And I don't think I have anything further to say, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Just wanted to open it up now to the floor if any members, committee. Caroline Devine, Councillor Devine.
Matt, you've said that you have a contractual obligation with NI Water, and we've had some comments, I suppose, around payment and when that's going to be made. Is there a payment schedule or that's attached with that contract you have with NI Water in terms of when payment should be made? Is it in advance, or how is that part of the contract?
I'm actually going to ask that I hand that question over to Mark.
Yeah, payment, the final payment is post design, so on an Article 154.
Mark, is it also correct to say that the payment can sometimes increase and it's dependent on the design and actually carrying out the works, that while we have been quoted 86,000 in total and £74,000 for the work on site, that if that increases, we have to pay the additional costs in relation to that?
That's correct. An Article 154 scheme commences with an estimate. So there's an estimate of what it will cost. The developer then, or the applicant, pays the design deposit, and then that's whenever the 12-month design period commences. They appoint a designer who will carry out the detailed design, and they will cost up the scheme, and it will be tendered, and then the final scheme price will be determined. And whenever that final scheme price is determined, then they revert to the applicant with the final scheme price. As Matt has said, it was estimated cost to the applicant 74,100. That price could go up, it could go down, but that will be determined by the detailed design, which is carried out by NI Water.
Anything else, Councillor Devine? Questions from anybody online? Just one question myself, Mark. You said the final payment was post design. Apologies if I missed this. Can you confirm what has been paid to date?
£10,000 plus VAT design deposit. So 12.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, Matt, thank you very much for attending.
I should just say that it's not really me who can confirm that. It's really Northern Water, but that's what's been paid.
Okay, thank you. Have any questions for officers? Anybody in the chamber or anyone online? Any questions for officers? Councillor Geller, go ahead.
Just one for officers. I am been to and fro there about the payment and the design. If for some reason the design's concluded and an invoice goes out for the £74,000 or whatever, if that wasn't forthcoming, paid, and therefore the scheme didn't undertake, that would leave this condition unfulfilled. And what sort of enforcement would take place if it wasn't delivered? i.e. the 74,000 is not paid. Where does it leave enforcement?
Okay, thanks, Councillor Gallagher, through you, Chair. So in relation to the payment of the fee, right, and how much is paid and when it's paid, that is not a material planning consideration that we need to consider today, okay? But what is material is that when we last heard this planning application, no solution had been entered into, okay? That was back in May of last year. And at that stage, the payment of the fee at that stage commenced entering into the solution, okay? So what we have now on down the line, negotiated, and as a planning team and as a council, we've received advice from NI Water that there is a solution. So there's a solution that NI Water are going to take forward as the statutory body under an Article 154 under their own legislation. And why we have brought these applications forward today is for the first one, for the nunnery or the change of use. There's a legal fallback position we feel in terms of the planning use of the use on the site. And we feel that, you know, NI Water have not presented us with any specific demonstrable harm, okay, in relation to the use of the building in terms of the 7 properties. And we have considered on balance and in the round that there is a solution. The difficulty is obviously this is a retrospective application, but obviously the submission of a retrospective application is a recognised step in the enforcement process. So we have looked at the 6 tests of the conditions. As an officer team, we feel that these are enforceable through either a breach condition notice or an enforcement notice. But we truly hope that, you know, there's clear evidence there's a solution. NI Water, you know, we would never, even in a normal application, we would never condition, you know, the completion of the NI Water works. It's beyond the remit of the planning application. So, and in relation to the second application, sorry, the item number 3, L11 2024-0809, we feel that it should not be further occupied until the necessary, you know, NI Water are further satisfied, and that we have a condition on in relation to that. So those are the solutions we have come to. You know, we are dealing with the principle of development. We are not dealing with the amount of money that's paid, and the date the works will be completed. Ideally, yes, we wish that we were not presented with this position. But we, you know, we have stepped through the application process. We've heard, you know, obviously the significant concerns from the objectors today and throughout the process. So we feel we have been reasonable, we have reacted appropriately, and that those conditions are enforceable in our opinion at the moment, or to date. And so if any, I'm happy for any further questions on that.
Okay, members, anybody online or in the chamber, any further questions for Suzanne or any of the officer team? No, there's nobody indicating. So members, what we're going to do now, we're going to go back to number 2, LA 11 2023 or 2158 bar F. And I'm going to open that to the floor for any comments, proposals. Thank you. Councillor Jackson.
Good Chair, and I know it was discussed at length, and there's a lot of information contained within the report, and I know it, and it's been, the committee have had the benefit of it, the application being presented. Was it 12, 13 months ago? So. And the main issue that has been discussed is NI Water and the stormwater offset solution. The other issue is parking, and that is a real issue, particularly in around Lawrence Hill. I note and I accept that officers' point and assessment in relation to close proximity to the city centre, transport routes, things like that. The other element that gives me a bit of comfort is a pathway to a residence parking scheme. And I would sincerely hope that Lawrence Hill benefits from a residence parking scheme going forward. So that does, I know it's not in place, and I don't think it would be fair to hold things up until it gets plays in place, but it does leave a focus on the stormwater offsetting. I've listened and very intently, and I have there's no doubt we want to see the storm. Like, this is going to, like, we've had discussions in relation to environmental damage that currently happens as a result of the lack of capacity of our stormwater or full water infrastructure. There's the solution as part of this application is going to not only mitigate against the use of the additional rooms in this property, it will also result in a positive benefit for the environment as a whole. So we want to see it happen as soon as possible. I've heard, and Matt sort of cleared that up in relation to the payment and how quickly. I do feel that is outside of the applicant's control. And I've considered whether or not a proposal here would be premature. But weighing everything up, I do feel that it would be unfair to the applicant. The fairless application further for something that's completely outside of his or her control. So I've heard what officers have said. I have no doubt that local residents will watch vigilantly in relation to the how many rooms are occupied in that property. But I would expect council and our own enforcement team to here, and I'm being shouted down. I would expect our officer team to be vigilant as well. And so I don't have any issues with the conditions that's been suggested by officers. So with all that in mind, I'm content to propose that we accept officer's recommendation for item 2.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Jackson. That's a proposal from Councillor Jackson. I need a seconder now, please. Councillor Devine has seconded. So that's a proposal to accept the officer's recommendation and seconded. So I'm going to ask Suzanne now to take a vote on this, please.
Thanks, Chair. So members, this is the vote for LA 11 2023 2158F, and the recommendation is to approve. Alderman Keith Kerrigan. Alderman Janice Montgomery.
Abstain, Suzanne.
Councillor Caroline Devine. Councillor Paul Gallagher. Councillor Christopher Jackson. Councillor Fergal Leonard. Councillor McGowan.
Abstain.
Councillor Martin Riley.
For.
Okay, members, the result of that is 5 for and 2 abstentions. That recommendation to approve has been passed. I want to move on now to number 3, LA 11 bar 2024-0809 bar F. And I want to open this to members again for any comments or proposals that they may have. Thank you. Councillor Jackson.
Chair, I'll propose that we accept officer's recommendations.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Devine. So that's a proposer and seconder. I'd like to go to the vote on that again, please.
Thanks, Chair. Members, this is the vote for LA 11 2024-0809F. The recommendation is to approve. Alderman Kerrigan. Alderman Janice Montgomery.
Abstain, Suzanne.
Councillor Caroline Devine. Councillor Paul Gallagher. Councillor Christopher Jackson. Councillor Fergal Leonard. Councillor McGowan,
Abstain.
Councillor Martin Riley,
For.
Okay, the result of that vote has been 5 for and 2 abstentions. So application number 3 has been approved as well. I will say, as I did at the end of number 1, I'd like to encourage everybody involved with developing this particular site to work closely with residents in the area, keep fully informed by whatever way possible. Everybody knows what's going on going forward. Thank you. 4:10, we're going to take a short break now for 10 minutes. Thank you. Okay, members, going to continue on now with number 4, LA11 bar 2025 or 0001 bar F, and Andrew's going to take us through this one. We're just trying to get the presentation uploaded. There we are now.
Apologies, thank you. So members, this is LA11 2025-0001F. It's for redevelopment of vacant units number 11 to 13 Strand Road to provide an extension of the boutique hotel under construction at number 15 Strand Road and retention of internal alterations and 5th floor extension to number 15 as an amendment to extend planning permission LA11 2023-1265F. The hotel to include bar, restaurant, reception area, function room, 68 number hotel rooms, associated prep, storage rooms and plant at 11 to 15 Strand Road and Derry, and the recommendation is to refuse. So the application site is located at the junction of Strand Road and Sackville Street, and it's bounded by number 9 Strand Road to the south and Sackville Court to the west. This slide shows the listed building at number 15 Strand Road with the renovations and 5th floor extension complete. The hotel is operational. The application also includes the proposed renovation and extension of the adjacent buildings along Strand Road, which is shown in the photo to the left. So these are just photographs from the rear of the building at Sackville Court towards the site. And this is a view of the application site from Queen's Quay with the extension to the hotel visible. So this slide shows the designated conservation areas which are in close proximity to the site. The application site itself contains a grade B1 listed building, and whilst the site lies outside the designated conservation areas, it is located approximately 40 metres from the historic city conservation area and within 90 metres to the Clarendon Street conservation area. So officers have considered the application against the policies as listed in this slide, and consideration is set out in full in the case officer's report. So members, this slide shows the elevations in the context of both the Strand Road and Sackville Street. The drawing at the top of the slide shows the existing development as completed to the listed building. The drawing at the bottom shows the proposed development to be carried out on the adjacent site at number 11 to 13 Strand Road. So members may be aware that the Planning Committee granted planning permission previously on this site. The slide shows the extended height of the extension as now built at number 15, which is the listed building, and also shows a proposed extension. So it's just the red area there, shaded, if you can see that on the attached, just shown at the top of the building there. So the rooftop extension was previously granted at 5.7 metres above the roof level of the former bank building. However, the works completed now extend to 8.7 metres beyond the roof line. It provides an additional floor of accommodation, which is approximately 3 metres above that as approved.
It is considered this increase in height, scale and massing results in a visually obtrusive development which is detrimental to the Grade B1 listed building and does not respect the character of the immediate area. So members, during the processing of the application, the department received 5 letters of support from Visit Derry and other local businesses in the area. There was 3 letters of objection also received, 2 from one individual at number 9 Strand Road and 1 from the Ulster Architectural Heritage. So the summary of objections is loss of light and overshadowing, overlooking and loss of privacy, loss of ventilation, inadequate rainwater and drainage provision, and contradictory and inaccurate plans. Also, contravention of policy HE4, listed buildings and their settings, contravention of policy HE3, conservation areas, retrospective permission and undermining the planning process, and setting a damaging precedent. So this slide shows that amended plans were received during the processing of the application in response to issues raised by the objector at number 9 Strand Road. So initially the proposed building extended further to the rear of the building, the existing building, but this has now been reduced. Members will have received the late item for this application, which contains recent correspondence between the agent and officers and the NI Water's consideration of same. So NI Water confirmed that they received information from the agent on the 28th of May 2026 and have advised that the wastewater impact assessment is progressing positively with regards to the foul and surface water drainage for the development, and they have offered a condition. So therefore officers are content at this point to withdraw refusal reason 7. So other consultees are content with the application with the exception of Historic Environment Division, who have provided comments on this full application and the associated listed building application, which is LA 11 2025 005 LBC. So HED consider the development shall have a significant adverse impact, which is harm on the listed building. It's contrary to the SPPS in that the proposal fails to contribute to the intrinsic value of the special architectural character and quality of the surrounding setting of the listed buildings. Is contrary to the LDP HE4 listed buildings and their settings. It is considered the proposal fails to meet the following criteria in HE4B, that the essential character of the building and its setting are retained and its features of special interest remain intact and unimpaired. And it is also considered the proposal fails to meet the following criteria in HE4 brackets E, in that the detailed design respects the listed building in terms of scale, height, massing and alignment. So therefore, members, taking account of all policy and material considerations, including representations received and the advice of statutory consultees, officers recommend that this application is refused for the reasons as set out in the slide. And you'll note there, refusal reason 6 has been withdrawn. And just to also advise members, there's a typo there in refusal reason 5. And that should read the proposal is contrary to the conservation policy HE5 and GD Pol 2 of the LDP 2032. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Andrew, for that. I'd like to bring forward the speakers on this stage. Councillor Jackson.
Just before we progress any further, I just want to highlight, because during Andre's presentation, there has been a letter of support from Visit Derry. I want to declare that I am a director in Visit Derry, but this application, this hotel hasn't featured, and that letter of support didn't feature in any discussions, any board meetings. So not until today, I had no knowledge of Visit Derry's letter of support and had no involvement in it. And in that case, I don't feel the need to declare an interest unless I'm advised otherwise. But I just wanted, before we progressed any further, just to declare that.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Boyle.
Yeah, again, Chair, absolutely, completely concur with Councillor Jackson. I too sit on the board of Visit Derry, and at no time, certainly to my recollection, was this particular letter of support discussed at any meeting that I was at, anyway, certainly. And so just to make that clear, and so therefore, again, the same proviso exists for myself, and that is that I wasn't involved in the sending of the letter, so it's obviously come from an officer level and not from board level, and I'm assuming that's what the case was anyway. So I don't know that precludes either myself or Councillor Jackson from being involved in the discussions this afternoon.
Go ahead,
we'll take advice on that.
And of members, as you know, the extenuating circumstance in this instance would also be the fact that your representation on the board of Visit Derry is in your official capacity as councillors, and it's an appointment by the council to the board, so as you can feed back information to the council in that respect. So I don't see any issues in the circumstances that both of you have outlined.
Okay, thank you, Gemma. Okay, Matt, if we can invite you forward, and Simon and Bernard. Thank you, gents, for 10. Matt, have you introduced your colleague? And word if there's going to be another one in the chamber is the gentleman online, is he? Bernard isn't here. Okay. So it's yourself, Matt, and Simon.
Yeah, Bernard McLaughlin is the engineer looking after the sewage issues in Northern Ireland Water, Chair, but as that reason for refusal has been withdrawn, there's no need for Bernard to appear.
Okay, thank you. So as before, you have 5 minutes to address the committee, and I'll give you a shout about 4.5 minutes. I'll ask you to wrap up. Thank you.
I was going to propose, Chair, that me and Simon will halve the presentation, so 2.5 minutes each, and I'll jump out of the chair, let Simon in. Okay.
It's grand.
Chair, councillors, thanks for the opportunity to address the planning committee on this planning application. This new boutique hotel provides a 60-seat bar facility, a 120-seat function room, 68 ensuite bedrooms, 200-seat conference facility. The hotel brings the following construction benefits: a £12 million investment in the city centre heritage asset, 74 temporary construction jobs, 133 direct and indirect jobs, and £11 million additional GVA during construction. The finished hotel brings the following benefits: 24 full-time jobs, £7 million direct tourism spend, and £285,000 additional spend per annum. That totals up at £19.6 million direct and indirect tourism spend over 25 years in the city. The direct and indirect financial, employment and tourism benefits are clearly significant for the city centre economy. There's also significant support from the proposal from local businesses. The 68-bed hotel will be the 5th largest hotel in the city. The developers also operate the Maiden City Hotel with 44 bedrooms. Total, these two hotels provide 116 tourist bedrooms along Strand Road. This represents a £20 million investment in tourism in the city without grant. It enhances this part of Strand Road, which has suffered from dereliction and antisocial behaviour. The original hotel approved at 40 bedrooms with significant deficiencies in terms of rooms, in terms of limited size, awkward room sizes, low ceiling heights, and protruding concrete beams. The developers, keen to provide quality hotel accommodation, have reduced the number of approved bedrooms down from 9 to 8 beds per floor to try and just make the rooms bigger. The first floor bedrooms have restricted sunlight, daylight, and poor views and aspects due to the existing external parapet wall and balustrade across the windows. This building was bombed in 1981 and lay derelict until 1986. The roof and all historic internal fabric was lost. Only the Portland stone exterior facade is listed. The developer has made a significant financial investment in repairing and enhancing the building's original stone facade and has brought the building back to its former glory. The developer has constructed an additional 6th floor to provide 8 quality bedrooms, as it was felt that the possible alternative of removing the historic stone balustrade would be more harmful to the integrity of the listed building. The proposal in front of you today incorporates number 11 and number 13 Strand Road into the approved hotel to provide 32 additional bedrooms, providing critical mass and enhancing the tourist offer and visitor experience. The proposal removes the visually unsightly red brick on the front facades, and the smaller rooftop extension helps integrate the existing roof extension within the streetscape. I'll hand you over to Simon, please.
Chair, councillors, thank you very much. I was employed by the applicant to step in and oversee the extension of this particular hotel at 11 to 13 Strand Road. The first thing that we appreciated was that the red brick panel that was actually an extension to the existing listed facade, which was constructed in 1985-86, detracted from the white Portland stone. So with HED agreement, we agreed to white stucco render that and bring in some of the finishes of the existing window fenestration, the moldings, etc. Again, at a lesser standard of the original listed facade, so as not to dilute it. Again, we did this in conjunction with HED. We then extended the principle of this white stucco panel right across the new extension at 11 to 13, and that gave significant architectural visual strength to the base of the building. And then on top of that, we provided an additional 2 stories to allow the whole language to step up to the corner. Essentially, what we achieved, as can be seen in the elevation up there, is a significant base on top of which we felt that the weight of the extended story could be supported. And what I have done, if I have enough time, is written out 1 or 2 rebuttal statements on the 5 relevant forms of refusal, and I'll run through them as quickly as I can. Item 1 is the failure to respect the special architectural character and setting of the listed building. The principal significance of the former National Bank building derives from 1, its landmark corner location, the quality of the historic stone facade, its architectural detailing and composition, its contribution to the Strand Road streetscape. The proposal retains all of these attributes intact. No demolition of the historic fabric is proposed to the principal facade, and the architectural expression of the listed building remains clearly legible. The extension is set above the historic parapet, which is a full story height, and it's set well back. It's expressed in contemporary materials, ensuring that the historic building remains identifiable as the dominant architectural element. The SPPS does not require development to be invisible. It requires significance to be conserved.
Just ask you to wrap up there now,
please. Okay. The proposal achieves this by maintaining the historic fabric as the principal element while allowing the building to remain economically viable as a hotel. I do have other points there, but I think I've expressed enough of my intent.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. Just want to pass it over to anybody now if you have any questions for either gentleman.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Matt and Simon. Chair, I would actually like to hear those other points if that was possible, and I know we do have a particular 5-minute stipulation, but I think in this case it would be useful to hear those other points if at all, because Simon, I think you were outlining that you were going to address all the reasons that were provided here to us for refusal.
Yeah.
And I think it's only fair that you're allowed to do so, Chair. If that's okay with you, I would like to proceed in that manner.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you, Councillor. Refusal point 2. This was scale, size, and design.
The proposal demonstrably responds to the urban context. The contextual elevation illustrates that the proposed building height remains significantly lower than the adjacent modern commercial building and forms part of the graduated hierarchy of development along Strand Road. Rather than appearing as an isolated overscaled addition, the extension acts as an intermediate between elements between the lower traditional streetscape and the substantially taller neighboring development. And by the way, there are 5 buildings within close proximity of this particular application site that are taller than this building. The LDP calls for height in the area. So we're not contravening certain aspects of what the LDP seeks. Going on then to refusal point 3. Again, scale, height, massing, and alignment. The reasons appear to focus solely on the overall height without considering proportionality. The existing listed facade contains an unusually substantial parapet, which creates a strong visual base capable of accommodating additional upper story accommodation. This distinguishes the proposal from many rooftop extension cases where additional floors are added directly above the cornice line. The proposal deliberately uses a recessed mansard form, differing materials, vertical articulation, and a setback roof element. These measures reduce visual bulk and ensure that the extension remains subordinate to the historic facade. The Council has not demonstrated why the adopted design mitigation measures are insufficient. Refusal reason 4, HE4, essential characters of building and setting. This reason appears to duplicate the previous refusal, number 3. The essential character of the listed building is principally derived from the stone facade, fenestration patterns, architectural detailing, and the corner prominence. All of these characteristics remain intact. The proposal neither obscures or removes the special interests of the building. Indeed, the significant investment has been made in restoring and reactivating the structures as a viable hotel use, thereby securing the long-term future of the heritage asset. The planning authority has failed to identify which specific features of special interest would be impaired. The last point, refusal point 5, the conservation area harm. Again, I don't see where harm is created by this proposal, and it's probably the most contestable refusable reason. The conservation area is characterized by diverse building height, multiple architectural periods, significant variation in roofscape, modern interventions alongside historic buildings. The proposal does not introduce any alien form to an otherwise uniformed historic building or roofscape. The contextual drawings demonstrate that the proposal reinforces the urban hierarchy of Strand Road and Sackville Street Junction and creates an appropriate corner emphasis consistent with the established urban design principles. Importantly, the stepped increase in the height towards the corner creates a logistical progression in the scale rather than an abrupt visual interpretation, which the first current application does. So the extension remedies that problem. The Council has not demonstrated that the proposal would erode the character of the conservation area as a whole, only that it would alter views of the building. Alteration alone is not synonymous with harm. Thank you, Chair. Councillor Boyle is on. You want to come back up there?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. We don't have the conservation area map in our packs here. So just, and I'm going to ask you, you know what I'm going to ask you, right? And that is, as far as I'm aware, Sackville Street isn't in the conservation area. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. The conservation area runs from roughly Great James Street up through Clarendon Street and up towards Crawford Square. Is that correct?
It's about 45 metres away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's, I think the report actually said it's about 90 metres from the conservation area, something like that.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. No, I just want to be clear on that.
If I could comment on that too as well, just that one issue in terms of the conservation area.
You can just use the mic there.
Okay. Yep. I would argue. Yeah, it's on. The refusal reason can't be sustained as the proposal is actually located outside any of the two surrounding conservation areas. The refusal reason doesn't clarify which of the two conservation areas, either the historic city or the Clark Street conservation area, special character will be compromised. I know this area quite well. You know it, John. We all know it. The historic city conservation area stops at the Diplomat Bar. That's where it ends. So it stops there at Waterloo Place. When I look from the conservation area and look towards the application site and I see the bank, what I'm seeing and what views of that application site from Waterloo Place are dominated. Those views are visually dominated by on one side the Embassy building and on the other side the Void Gallery, both of which are glass plated high-story buildings which dominate the view and don't contribute to the setting or the character of the conservation area. That's what you see when you're standing there in Waterloo Place. So from my point of view, in terms of arguing that we impact on a conservation area that we're not in, and the argument is that we're detracting from views from the conservation area, and I'm sort of saying, listen, the views can't be any worse than what they are. I would say that we are actually enhancing the view because the view is pretty bad at the minute. And I say what we do is improving that view. In terms of the Clarendon Street conservation area, that's an even more interesting one because the Clarendon Street conservation area actually only comes on the Strand Road at one point. It comes on to one point at the Presbyterian Church on Strand Road. And it includes the Presbyterian Church. But anybody that knows the church knows that the church is actually set back off Strand Road, and it's actually set back, and it's got a front yard almost to some extent on the Strand Road. So it's actually hidden behind the existing building line along Strand Road. So there's no direct line of sight with the conservation area with the Walled City Hotel. Like there's no impact on the view from the conservation area. And the listed building, which this is, and it's a fine listed building, and there's plans to actually refurbish it in the future, but we are not impacting on that, and we can't be seen from it. So how we would detract from either the conservation area or the listed building just baffles me, because we can't be seen. We're invisible. And I would argue that in terms of that reason for refusal, it just can't stand up to scrutiny.
Okay, thank you. Just before we move on to Councillor Jackson, I just want to let you know that Dermot Madden from Historic Environment Division is online if you have any queries for him as well. So, Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Sharon. And thanks for the reminder, because it's timely. There's no doubt that the work that's been done to develop this site has improved the area. No, there's and it's clear to see, particularly when you see the restoration of that grade B1 listed building. There's a lot of care and attention being taken to maintain the stone facade, to repair the stone facade, and do it in a sympathetic way. So it came as no surprise to learn that HED had been heavily involved. But it's obvious at one stage, at some point in time, that that yourselves or the applicant sort of deviated and cut off contact with HED, or there was a difference of opinion. And that I just wanted to understand the rationale for that. Why? Because it's very clear that in the very early stages that there was great care and attention taken, and then as we got further on in the applications, the design stage seemed to be HED's input wasn't given as much weight. So there, and then the other element of it, because Matt, you mentioned the physical constraints with the building, the low ceiling heights, awkward size rooms, or awkward shaped rooms. Now, I have, I would have hoped that all of that would have been taken into consideration in the initial design stage. So just wouldn't mind a wee bit more information, because like we're not talking about the overall thing. We want to talk about the deviation from what's approved and and what was actually built. So there's and the rationale for it. Because there's no doubt in terms of the economic benefits it brings. There's no doubt from my own perspective, but I'm conscious that I am not HCD or the experts in this field. But from my own perspective, there's no doubt that the the listed building has been improved. There's no doubt that the key features of them, the listed building, were protected and repaired. So, but it's just for us to come to a decision on this. We need to understand what happened between the relationship with yourselves and HED and why there's the deviation happened. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, through the chair. Chair, I'm the agent on this application. Simon's the architect. There was a previous planning application and planning permission granted, I think about 2023, for the original hotel. That was done by a different agent and by a different architect. Myself and Simon have only been involved in this job probably, I would say, since the construction has been almost complete. And we were brought in at that stage. So to some extent, we were faced with a fait accompli. And you might consider that the damage might have been already done by the time we arrived. To be fair to Simon looked at it from a design point of view and sort of said, listen, I see a way, I see what you've done here. I see a way that we can make it work. I see a design solution here. And the design solution here is that we expand the building, the base of the building. And we actually help ground that and help balance off the front extension, the rooftop extension, by actually increasing the scale of the extension and incorporating number 11 and number 13 actually into the building, and therefore making it a bigger building, and therefore sort of reducing the scale and the size of the existing rooftop extension. And we actually think that it actually helps quite balance the actual height and scale of the embassy building, which will be the other building directly opposite, and on the far left-hand end of that building. But maybe Simon could talk you through that better.
Councillor Jackson, thank you very much for raising that question. I'll answer it to the best of my ability. The client, when I became involved, I fully understood where they were coming from in terms of the difficulties they faced in that first consent that they had. And that was when you opened up the suspended ceilings of the first floor, it was almost double height. It's particularly tall. It was the original banking hall of the Northern Bank when it was built. The second floor, the first floor, similarly, you open up the suspended ceiling, it's wonderful. The heights are great. It's when you get to the second floor, when those ceilings were taken down, there was a lot of structure in there. It was particularly low. And then when the air conditioning system and ductwork had to go in, it was actually that low that it was compromised. Essentially, any letting in that space was going to have to be reduced as a consequence of very low ceiling height. When you get to the roof of the original building, yes, the parapets were always there, but there was a pitched roof behind the parapet. And I believe, now I don't know, I can only go on conjecture that the applicant just fully wasn't aware of the scale and height of that parapet until the pitched roof was removed. Once that construction was removed, they were faced then with a full story height parapet. It needs to be seen to be believed, but none of the windows on that floor have daylight. You're looking straight into the back of a parapet. And they were faced with these difficulties on 2 floors. And that's what drove the need to try and recover and gain an extra 8 number bedrooms, which ultimately went on the upper floor. HED were engaged. My understanding is that HED were fully engaged at all times. The applicant advised HED, as far as I'm aware, that they were seeking to put this additional floor in, and they sought advice on the nature of the scale and pitch and type of the extension. That application went in, and the reason that the whole thing fell apart was that the works progressed as a consequence of the very difficult timescale the applicant was under to complete the works in time to achieve revenue. So HED were involved. It's really a question of exactly what was agreed, what the materials were, et cetera, et cetera. My involvement, as Matt said, happened after that. So I don't know the full ramifications of what was agreed and what was not. Thank you. Anything else, Councillor Jackson?
I appreciate the explanation, and I appreciate that neither Simon or Matt were involved initially. I do find it very hard to believe that whatever architect was involved at the start, like they would have had the measurements. They would have had you don't need to wait until suspended ceilings or air conditioning units are removed before they know or installed before they know what space or what constraints will pose. I would have confidence that whatever architect was involved at that time would have those measurements and would have known the site in great detail. But that being said, I know it was neither of yourselves, so it's unfair to question yourselves on it. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. I know I said earlier that Dermot Martin was online, but he's actually in the chamber. If any members have any questions for him at any time. Councillor Gallagher.
Yeah, thank you. Again, I'll be over to Simon. You may be aware in recent times in the city, we've seen very recently from the Inner City Trust and a big conversation going around conservation deficit, particularly in relation to the recent incident like in Pump Street. And like they were saying, like there's significant conservation deficits due to years of underinvestment. Buildings are in dilapidation, but resources, money, permissions, technical solutions are lacking, and that creates development and commercial development unviable, and which results in like a heavy reliance on public funding. We've seen, like the Austin building and the damage that it has done, and footfall in businesses in that area in Pump Street. And it's just following up on Councillor Jackson's question, like it's like unviable without solutions. Some of the stuff you're talking about was solutions, so just following up on that.
Can I comment, Councillor Jackson? The Gallagher, sorry. The amount of money that the applicant has spent in refurbishment of the listed structure is quite unprecedented. The full height parapet was in a very, very poor state of repair to the point that it was actually very close to collapse. There's a complete lattice steel structure behind that put in new by the applicant. And with the assistance of Dermot Madden, we've actually refurbished all the stonework, everything, and have left the building looking better than it has for quite a number of decades. And it is a testimony to the applicant and to HED's input to date, and one that certainly the city should be proud of in the way the building has been left. Thank you very much. Any further questions, Councillor Gallagher? Anybody online, any questions for Matt or Simon or for Dermot from HED? No, thank you, gentlemen.
Sorry, Chair. It just follows on from Councillor Gallagher's comments there, just in relation to the conservation deficit, and in terms of the benefits that listed buildings, the refurbishment of listed buildings can actually contribute within a particular area. This area, Strand Road, this lower Strand Road area, has suffered from dereliction, but has also suffered from a significant issue in terms of street drinking and antisocial behaviour over probably between the last 5 and 10 years. It's been a significant problem in this area, and it's been flagged up by the City Centre Initiative, by Northland Centre, and by various groups. What we're hoping and what we are proposing is that we believe that this hotel will help address that issue. And it'll have greater benefits than simply just the refurbishment and the revitalisation of a heritage asset and a tourist asset within the city centre. We see this as being partly a catalyst for the regeneration of this Lower Strand Road area, which has suffered in the past and which is in need of refurbishment and revitalisation. What we've tried to do is we have tried to take control actually of the external space, actually outside the hotel, by putting in seating and allowing some of our guests to come out there and take over that space, which had been taken over by street drinkers, had been taken over for antisocial behaviour. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to revitalise this entire section of Strand Road. And the developer also has a linkage with, he has another hotel, just the Maiden City Hotel, which is just located where the former Trinity Hotel building was. And there is a significant linkage between the two hotels, and between them they contribute and provide about 116 bedrooms along the Strand Road. And we see the future of this lower section of Strand Road being almost culture and tourist based in the future, because you've got that concentration. You've got 4 or 5 existing very, very good hotels in very close proximity. We also have the hostel in Pike and Palms, which is catering for a different market, but which is also bringing in a number of visitors and tourists from outside the area and contributing to that regeneration. And we also have the new restaurants which are coming in along there and which are helping to feed this sort of revitalisation of the streetscape.
Okay, thank you for that. Jan, she's on for the next one as well, but I'm okay if you stay there. That's okay. Well, Councillor Jackson.
No, and I'm just conscious. Are we getting an opportunity to hear from HED?
Yeah. I'm just going to invite Dermot to join us now, please. Oh, Councillor Gallagher, go ahead. Or Councillor Boyle, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. I know that refusal reason, and I think it's referred as refusal reason 7, but I think it's 6. I'll stand corrected. You can correct me later. Sorry. How are you getting on with Northern Ireland Water anyway? Because it wouldn't be the first time we've heard that there are usually some blockages, shall we say. So it would be interesting to hear that anyway. I think,
Councillor, I can give you the quick summary, or I have Bernard sitting in the gallery there who can give you the detailed account. Okay. Where we are is that we've submitted a wastewater impact assessment. We had submitted a previous wastewater impact assessment for the existing hotel as well. What Northern Ireland Water have done, have merged both of the applications, and they're sort of saying, listen, we will do one solution for the 2 applications. So what they have said is that they have identified a storm sewer, which is in the car park behind Fowler's. And the proposal is that we will offset stormwater coming off the building, and we will put that take that stormwater out of the combined sewer and put it into a dedicated storm sewer. And that opens up capacity within the combined sewer to allow our foul sewage to go into it.
Thank you. I'm pretty sure most councillors in this room will be familiar with where that storm sewer thing is behind Fowler's, because it's that big metal sheeting in the car park. That's grand. Thanks, Matt. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Could I just invite Dermot Madden into the chamber, please?
Thank you, Chair. Councillors, Dermot Madden, Historic Environment Division, Senior Area Architect within the branch, and have been involved in this project in its initial iteration from 2023. And I'll just maybe clarify some of the points that I understand, and I know them, Simon and Matt, because they weren't involved. So HED were heavily involved with the applicant. There was early engagement with their agent and themselves at the time on the 2023 application. And a lot of conversation went around the appropriateness of additional height above the parapet line and the impacts that would have, and lots of discussions around scale, the mass of that, and proportion to the facade. There was no conversation, unfortunately, until the fait accompli of the additional story added on in terms of our acceptance of it or otherwise. On that, as has already been highlighted, this is actually a unique listed building in Northern Ireland in that it is actually the only building that's got this facade listed. So everybody thinks listed buildings facade only. It's the three-dimensional volume that's listed, but because of the bomb downs we carried out, this is the facade that's actually retained. It's a neo-Georgian classical design, very well proportioned out, very well considered of its time, built in 1826. So whenever we're assessing those types of applications, we look at their impact, the external character of a building and its interior impact. We have no historic interior in this building to really consider, so the focus then rests primarily on the external appearance. There was that initial 2023 application, we did spend a lot of work and positive engagement from the applicants and everybody involved at that stage on getting good for the building. And it was felt that that was an appropriate extension rooftop wise. And it was disappointing then to see the new scale, because the work that had been put in the earlier designs and proportionality, how do you take a building and extend it upwards, vertically or horizontally? To list a building should be looked at in proportionality to the existing building of which they sit. The new extension, the reason it's been put forward why that has happened, throws that early design considerations out of the water, because it no longer, the proportions no longer work. You've taken them up onto it. There was comments there also made about the conservation area, and yes, it's not within the conservation area, which is a bit odd from a historic environment point of view that it's not, because that junction is your view into the conservation area, and policy talks about views into and out of conservation areas. And I'm talking about the historic city conservation area. And nobody here will probably defend the two buildings that Matt has already referred to in the structure within the site. But those two wrongs don't make another wrong right, in our view, the character that we're trying to protect. You have a historic city character. This is one of the designed entrance points into that. That building is designed, that frontage has been designed to address that corner. It's canted. So whenever you come at it, it's not a sharp corner. It's your focus sits on it. It's not just a building sitting on the edge of a street where you've got two sharp edges. So our assessment has been looking at it going, you stand back and you look up that. That then should be the catalyst for the rest of the good development coming in through the rest of the conservation area. There was a lot of work done within the F section of the application, the extension to the, is it 15, the adjacent buildings, 11 and 13, and HED were involved with those as part of that. And effectively, we are content with the solution that's been put forward. We raised slight concerns about the backland development coming into Little George Street, but they were more a concern rather than a detrimental impact. Our issue has primarily been this fifth story extension and how, in our view, negates the good work that was done by the previous application. We accept some of the arguments put forward in that definitely the expansion of the site does help. It ties the building together a little bit. It gives it a bit more weight at ground level. But that principal key view, that designed view, and that's an important, I want to emphasize that. That's Surrey Hall Street coming up there and into Strand Road. That's a design view for that building. It's meant to be seen coming at that approach, that building. And we just feel that top story has significantly impacted that.
Okay, thank you for now. I just want to bring in Councillor Jackson first. Go ahead.
Oh, thanks, Chair. And I found that was useful. And I'm not going to insult your intelligence by asking, or well, I might insult your intelligence by asking stupid questions, but it's not deliberate. Like as I said before, it's clear that HED's involvement has benefited the scheme, and the brick facade, and the care and attention that was put on the restoring that. It's clear that there was HED involvement, and there was a focus on that. But like I do find it difficult to understand the demonstrable harm or that the extra story would cause, given that the views on the facade, the facade that's the listed part of it, they're all short term. They're all short. Because when you look at the longer range views, like there's photos in our pack from the City Hotel, you can't actually see the stone facade. So all the views of the building are very short range, and I know we've sort of got the benefit that this is a retrospective application, but like I as many people do, go past that site regularly. At that short range, very few people look up. It certainly doesn't detract from what is a beautiful building, in my view. But I suppose you're the expert, and I would like to know in that context, because when you are looking at that medium range, longer term or longer range view, the embassy building sticks out like a sore thumb. And I know two wrongs don't make a right, but if you're looking at the building and its surroundings, you can't ignore the embassy building, and it's there. So from an historic environment perspective, where is the demonstrable harm on this application that's in front of us now?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Jackson, and thanks for calling me an expert. Take that. Has this been recorded? Just make sure that's down there. So to give a little bit of a background into my role and where my background, I'm a qualified architect, 25 years plus experience in the profession. 10 of those years, well, 14 of those years in private practice, 10 within HED. I'm now recognised as being a specialism in conservation through private work, and that's recognised through architectural bodies. I've set of letters after my name now that show that I am an expert. Also within the department, we have obviously other architects who have all that experience, and the combined experience in the department probably have 200 years equivalent experience of assessing those listed buildings. And that's what we're here to give council and yourselves, is that expert assessment across the province, all of our learnings, all of those things coming through. Say there's harm. Now, if we're not explaining it correctly, that's on us. So I'll try and set out a little bit more as best I can. We are not, are not against development. In fact, I can't think of one listed building that hasn't been adopted or changed or extended, across the province. There are very, very few of them. But we are here, as a community here, as Derry said, we're custodians of what we're passing on to the next generation. Derry City is obviously unique within the province. don't have been preaching to the choir here. You all know the importance of the historic core city. And within that, we've got different areas of development and different ages of development coming through. So this is a 1927 Bank of Ireland bank coming in, setting up its stall into a then Northern Ireland situation, but it's still Bank of Ireland, setting out its neoclassical Georgian critique and showing this is important, this is money, we're here to invest. The proportionality of the building, particularly Georgian architecture. Georgian architecture is very designed proportionally. You go into different stages of architecture. I don't want to sound like I'm giving a lecture, but you go into different stages of architecture, things change in terms of how they're designed. But Georgian architecture is designed very much in proportions. You're looking across the houses that are up on Clarendon Street, Georgian houses there. Look at the window proportions compared to what's maybe being built today. Neoclassical is what you're doing that. They're looking at the reference of what happens in the past, taking those proportions and applying those classical proportions that come from Greek architecture, the colonnades and all of that, and how they're designed to human form. It's all about how columns are supposed to elongate in the middle. So they're taking all of those ancient ideas from Rome and in Greek, bringing them into a neoclassical style, but picking up on the Georgian architecture with that. So that elevation is designed to be in the architect's mind at that time of the proportionality of Georgian classical architecture. It's the limit. That's as far as it can go. Everything matches coming through. Our role within the HED and assessing these schemes going, these are not castles. They're not locked in time. We have to allow them to be developed, have to allow them to be changed. But can we retain the essence of that building while it's happening? In this case, it's the facade. So there's a lot of, a lot of work done on what was deemed to be, in my assessment, at a permittable extension above that classical line that wouldn't harm it. And proportionality, that was all worked out. That lines up. You've taken the essence that's there and you've kind of went back further. It is enhanced by the building going westwards, along the street. But that third story is outside of those proportionality elements. And what it has done is copied the elements sitting underneath it that were designed to fit within it and then plunked it up. So it's even and it's kind of made the situation worse because it's copied the proportions. Was meant to be 2 stories into a 3-story without altering the proportions. You think of an A4 page, you flick it sideways, it becomes an A3. They're all proportionality. But each bit, as you stretch that ratio, it goes along. That's what we're assessing. And the proportions that then throw on. I look at it, it is subjective architecture, what people like. We try not to get into subjective architecture. I get into just here's the bones and things around it, because what I like architecturally, you may loathe what you love architecturally. I may go, I'm not too much fell on that. So we try to core it back to core principles. The modern and old sitting together is an architectural style that is perfect for its day. When that building was built, that was cutting edge of its day, what it was trying to do. Putting on the roof extension, all the other work. That's the modern version now coming through going, like, this is modern architecture. You can very clearly, yes, you can very clearly read the old to the new, but what we have to do as custodians to try and advise council is that right? And does that happen to every building? Does that happen to, everything going through? Where do you draw the line? As an assessor, we need some principle to help assess and to help inform the committee. So that's where it's at. I hope that sets out some of it.
Okay, Councillor Jackson.
No, and thanks for that. And there's no need to apologise for the lecture. I think we've got plenty of them today, but that was one we actually asked for. But I suppose, could you touch on the range of views? No, does that take it into consideration, and the embassy building as well? No, just how does that feature in your assessment?
So the embassy view, our principal view is into the concern, is the view into the historic city conservation area, not looking backwards. Because as Matt's already said, the way the conservation area sits, it's a different character. But there's two distinct conservation areas there. They've got two different characters going on. That's why they're separated, actually. So we're not overtly concerned about the view coming back, standing, say, at Waterloo Place looking back out, because you don't really catch the other, you don't perceive the character of the conservation area. When you're standing looking into Waterloo Place, you're looking at into the conservation area. The two buildings that, different times they were designed, I suppose, if I was the assessor looking at those schemes now, I would probably have the same argument about this building. They're not appropriate for this area. What is Derry City Planning Office trying to protect? From the historic end, we'd be saying you're trying to protect the historic buildings. What's the word? What's your USP? So walled city. The walled city is made up of all the listed buildings. This is one of them within that, or just sitting on the edge of that, I should say, 40 meters away from the edge of it. The buildings that are tall and sit within the other area, we view do detract, but they exist. And you go, right, okay, well, let's, we can see them. I don't think anybody here would actually advocate that they're a great solution in there. And I'm not, by the way, saying that the building that's now designed is on par with them, but just the principle behind. So let's learn from mistakes. We have to acknowledge there has been mistakes. That, what are we trying to, what are we trying to protect? So we're looking at it going back into that view and kind of going, it's that a conservation area is made up generally of listed buildings. That's, on what the conservation area sets out and protect. I know there's no, if there's a conservation planner here, forgive me, speaking on their behalf, but effectively what you're looking at, conservation area is what is the, what that overview, what's the overview of the area? The listed building is the minutiae, the detail. That's the building there. That's again the nuts and bolts of that. Conservation area is a slight step back, slightly slightly disfocused. What's the essence of it? What are you trying to protect? That area, as you come into Waterloo Place, is quite bad. But we have a listed building that does start to frame of you coming in. So let's try and make things better as we're going in. As you walk in, particularly as you walk through the city walls, you squint your eyes, you get over. There's a continuity of character of an area. There's building lines that do this, so there's shop fronts that sit here, there's window proportions that do that. That's what a conservation area is trying to do. Squint your eye and kind of, oh, okay, that's the feel for it. So that's what we're trying to protect, or as the policy says, enhance.
Okay. Well, I think of another question. We'll just go on to that if that's okay. Councillor Boyle.
Yep. Thanks, Chair. Thank you, Dermot. Thanks for the resume as well. And yeah, Councillor Jackson's right. We did ask you to tell us, and so please do tell us. And it is very, very interesting. But I want your view on one of the refusal reasons that we have in front of us. Was actually the very first refusal reason, and I'll read it to you because you can see you don't have it in front of you. The proposal is contrary to a strategic planning policy statement for Northern Ireland SPPS, in that the proposed development would not respect the intrinsic value of the special architectural character and quality of the surrounding setting of the listed buildings. You've gone into that in some degree of detail, and could somebody put that photograph back up that you had there from the corner, looking straight at the front door? I know where Councillor Jackson was. I'm waiting for the photograph so we can use it. I know where Councillor Jackson was coming from when he was asking about, the very narrow view that you would have of it. And I do agree too. Most people probably won't be looking up above the facade. And I'm just going to say I credit the developer for saving that particular facade, because we have actually seen many other such facades fall into such a state of disrepair that they have actually collapsed. And this is one that I now know will not collapse at all, and I welcome that. But as we actually look up from that viewpoint, you have a well-known shop in the city centre directly to the right across the street from the hotel, I know which building I'd prefer to be looking at, and it wouldn't probably be that one. And then as we actually look further up, the Strand Road towards the embassy building, as you have referenced it, going to explain to me what would be worth preserving about any of what we can see there. This is actually, for me, a very good example of a preservation project. But would you not also agree that if we're going to preserve our built heritage, that it's a very finely balanced situation, in that if we're going to ask people to do what HED want, then we may well also have to consider that some degree of compromise has to be made to make it stack up financially. How do HED look at that? How do they see that? I don't know how you see that. That's why I'm asking the question.
I'll start with the second part of your question, if you don't mind, about the differential aspect and stacking up. HED have a very fortunate position. It's not part of our policy remit. That's for council. Our remit is what is the harm or potential harm or other ways to an asset. And the agent has, the contractor firm, did work with HED, a lot of engagement to get things right, and a good working relationship. And I can still talk to the gentleman there today. It's not a combatant position, but we all have a job to do. And HED's job is to try and explain and say why these things are important and why we feel every scheme is a compromise, regardless of finances, whether it be designing somebody's house to a multi-million-pound. You can't get everything you want, generally speaking, just by the nature of things. You can't get the house set exactly where you want it to sit. You can't do that. You can't get a room to look out that view because of another thing. So every scheme is a compromise. And HED has compromised on this, in that we would say that there was a lot of work, a lot of effort put in to a 2-story extension above to be filled. That gets the ball rolling. That's there's people probably will say I was even wrong in making that assessment. You can't please everybody all the time, but I felt that that was a good, and I could stand over the rationale of why I agreed to it. And I can't stand over the rationale for the 3rd story.
Just one follow up there, Councillor.
Just one follow up, and again, I'm trying to find it here. Where is it? One of the views in the pack that we have here was figure 1.3, which is a view from the city hotel towards the site, which kind of does give us a degree of an idea of the size of it. That was a hint for somebody to put up 1.3 or 13. Sorry, that's my eyesight. That's what it was. Sorry, guys. However, without the top floor being there, you can actually still see the 1st floor from that particular view as well. It kind of seems a bit odd that that would have been approved with that particular view, but then when we come to this view, it's there's a different appreciation of it, if you know what I mean.
I'll maybe wait for the images to come up, but as I say, the 2-story extension we were always okay with, the rationale there. So it's the additional floor that's coming in this new application that has been built has been HED's concern, not the other.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Gallagher.
Thank you. Again, I mentioned earlier, about the conservation deficit, and some of the stuff. And here you say that this is your opinion, and all the rest is subjective. But there is consequences to that. And you mentioned around a unique selling point. I was in the town on Monday. We had our AGM. 5 o'clock. Up the Diamond was down on his feet. And if we, in my humble opinion, if we are rigid, as it appears to be, your recommendations, has a big bearing on the recommendations that are coming forward. So it has consequences. And if we're so rigid, we might be protecting, an empty city centre. And then in 30, 40, 50 years, people saying this, what did you do? Where are you going? And we look at this, you have the images up there, like it looks very impressive. But on the other side, and there's an element around the balancing test, and the windfall, the public. That's where we have to take into consideration, and again, I mentioned earlier, like Pump Street is empty, and we have Austin's is empty, and if we went and followed every aspect, of around listed buildings and the element of rigidness, and that protection, like I'm not sure where we could end up. And I'm wondering, have you considered, that windfall balancing?
Well, I'll go back to, as what I said at the start, I can't think of any listed building that we have actually said that you can't do all of it. Derry City Centre is full of listed buildings, and a lot of them are vacant, but there's an awful lot of them that are being occupied, and their layouts have been altered. They've had extensions done to Bishopgate Hotel, prime example, Everton Barracks. Look at the hotel up there, the extensions. So I would kick back a little bit about saying that we are not rigid or that we're too rigid. I think but we have a role to play to make sure these assets that are recognised within the community as being important, that there is a certain amount of acknowledgement. This is why they're important. Listed buildings are 2%, roughly speaking, of all building stock in Northern Ireland. Derry City has a high percentage of that, so is Belfast City Centre. Obviously, they're cities. But so we're protecting a finite element. That bit, let's say, the facade of that is actually now the only bit that's actually listed. So our concern, has only been to the character of the wider area, really. We haven't got into nuts and bolts of what's the floor plans doing, making them all work. But there's umpteen HMOs, there's umpteen schemes that come through where listed buildings are altered and adapted and changed. I'll know this as well in dealing with myself and my team, that we come through. But there's certain things we have to protect. What HED is doing, given council or expert opinion, quote, to allow you to make the wider judgment and balance with all of the other things. If this had been, it is built and it's on site and everybody's looking at it, which is, I make no comment on why that has happened. As long as that's not making a change to any decision if it had been on paper, because we have to assess as if it was on paper.
Okay, does that do? One follow up there.
Thank you. But it's also knowing you're talking about the balancing out, it's about making something economically viable. So if we're going to encourage others to come in and invest millions of pounds, they're saying it's how do you make it viable for that recovery? If there's no recovery, then development is going to be non-existent.
Just very quickly.
I'll just make one comment on that. I understand that if this happened, and I'm not prejudging, however this decision ends up, be very, people come in and see something that has got approval that HED isn't happy with. I'm very careful of the message you're sending out that, council will, quote, allow a thing to happen, but you're going to be in a fight with HED. And then we get a bad reputation because, we're going to go, well, actually, we have made an assessment, we have advised council, and this is it, right? And all I'm saying is, make sure whenever anybody does come in and sees schemes that you realize this was a positive contribution because everybody worked together coming through it, or this had problems because of X, Y, and Z.
Okay, thank you. I just want to move on now. Any questions for the officer team? Anyone? Anybody online? Any questions for the officers? Mary, go ahead.
Can I just make one point, sorry, through the chair? It's just important they set out as well, members, this application is a full application for the retention of the works that are already done to the listed building and the extension. And it also proposes, as the architect, Ms. Stradianka, said, the new extension in order to ameliorate the consequences of the increased height that was put on the listed building itself. And as it was demonstrated, you know, it's trying to put that new extension on so that the extension that's built doesn't look as bad as what it could standing alone. But that's the element that we have at the minute. If members grant planning permission today, or if that's they're minded to approve planning permission, it's just to say that would offer the retention of that building as it stands at the minute with the works done, but we couldn't condition or compel the applicant to carry out the further works or the phase 2, if you want to call it that, to the adjacent buildings. So it may stay the way it is if members are minded to approve. Just wanted to kind of point that out.
Thank you for that. Okay, gents, thanks to you all for your input. You can see there was a noise be needed for the next one possibly, but I am going to open this now to the floor for any further comments or any proposals from any of the committee. Thank you. Councillor Gallagher.
I'd like to make a proposal. And that proposal is we overturn the officer's recommendation.
Okay, Councillor Gallagher, thanks for your proposal. Do I have a seconder for it? Councillor Boyle, but I need to get the reasons, Councillor Gallagher, first of all, for each point.
And again, like John mentioned there, SPPS, the development may be permitted where they will secure the ongoing viability and upkeep of the building. I think that the applicant has justified why the alterations are necessary. In allowing, as a balancing test, the principle of windfall to the public, benefits of saving and sustaining this building outweighs the harm caused and allows the adaptations to create public access, delivery of major employment in an area of high deprivation. It provides essential tourism potential, secures the long-term conservation of a building at risk, prevents dereliction, and also improves the public realm of this area. I believe that if this was refused, conservation would have a massive reliance on public funding, which is very limited, which we all know.
Councillor Gallagher, I don't mean to interrupt, but I need you to go through each point, and give us your reason for each one, even if it means repeating just for the officers. Thank you.
Chair, one was taken out, and so I think that in covering all 5, I think that the windfall to the public benefit of saving and sustaining this building covers that. You know, and when we look at what we have seen today and heard today, and what's in the report, has shown a strong argument of enabling development. And I think that should give weight and outweigh any harm that's caused by these material considerations. Chair, also just to see when we were looking at, was talking about height, there is no formal height restrictions. When we look at it's outside the conservation area. And we also look at which this council has accepted the economic impact that has been submitted is not in dispute. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thanks through you, Chair, and thanks, Councillor Gallagher. So just in terms of assisting the reasons to not accept the officer recommendation, could I suggest that in relation to reason number 1, that, or could I clarify that you are stating that due to the ongoing viability and the principle of the windfall benefit to the public, that would overcome the concerns in relation to the special architectural character? Yeah. In relation to refusal reason number 2, again, in terms, and refusal reason number 3, in relation to the scale, height, massing, and the scale, context, and character, that what you're stating today is that there's no formal height restriction. Yeah. And that you're advising that it's because it's outside of the conservation area, and again, you're giving weight to the economic impact in relation to the actual the impact of the scale and the math and the height and the alignment. And again, then in relation to number 5, you are stating that you feel that because it's actually not within the conservation area, that refusal reason wouldn't be met. Oh, number 4. Number 4, yeah, so number 4, I suppose, when we're looking at the special interest in terms of the building and the setting in relation to the issues that are brought forward in refusal reasons 2 or 3, it's that whole issue that, the scale, the building, its setting, the issues in terms of the economic viability, enabling development are given weight. Okay.
So that is proposed by Councillor Gallagher. I'll bring it now. And Councillor Boyle, do you second that?
And do you mind if I just make a few comments based on Councillor Gallagher's proposal, which I fully support, obviously, if I'm willing to second it. But Chair, it was a difficult one to try and explain where Paul and myself might see this from, but it's clearly not in the conservation area. So there's a refusal reason in there that we don't need. But I think you've recognised that, or you certainly understand that's our view. And even refusal reason, I mean, all of this is fairly subjective, I suppose, and even refusal reason 1, that it would have to respect the intrinsic value of the special architectural character and quality of the surrounding setting of the listed buildings. I can't think of any other listed buildings. There are others, but on that side of the street, there are none. And Sackville Street, there are none. And across the street, there's a shop. That's certainly not a listed building. And if we actually go around the block, I can't think of too many listed buildings that this particular development would impact in terms of the intrinsic nature of the neighbourhood. And it's only a pity, for example, and I'm long enough in the tooth and old enough to actually remember when the building did suffer the level of bomb damage that it had. In fact, my father had a business down the street from it. And then if we actually go just a little bit further down the Strand Road, directly opposite the Clarendon Street Conservation Area, we have probably the ugliest building in this city sitting there. And one of the most beautiful buildings in this city was demolished to make way for it, Captain Coppin's house in the Strand Road. So sometimes, sometimes progress isn't that good, and sometimes progress actually can be very good. And to my mind, this is actually a very sympathetic attempt to retain what I think we all would agree is a beautiful and important facade in the city centre, but actually, as Councillor Gallagher has already pointed out, to help it wash its face, to protect the jobs of the people who work there. And I draw everyone's attention to 12.2 and 12.3 of our tourism development opinions in our own local development plan. And to paraphrase it, if I can, and that is that we as a council should be doing all that we can to promote and improve the tourism infrastructure and give tourism an actual chance to breathe. So all of that I can add to Councillor Gallagher's observations in relation to it. So I'm more than happy and content. However, I would have preferred it if we had been looking at a different scenario here, but we aren't. We are where we are right now, and that's really where the difficulty has lain for all members of this committee, I suspect. I congratulate those who want to save the facade. I thank HED for their involvement in this, but I completely understand that at this point there are other overriding factors. I do draw us to our own local development plan, which actually does outline quite a significant amount of the ambition that we as a city council, all of us, have for the city and the region, and indeed, more importantly, for all of the people who live and work here.
Thank you,
Chair.
Councillor
Thank
Boyle.
you.
Councillor Jackson.
Thanks. And I suppose welcome the proposal that's been seconded. And the only thing, I welcome the proposal and I agree with a lot of what's been said. I do have concern that we could be sending the wrong message in relation to our ambitions to protect our built heritage, because I don't believe that there's anybody in this chamber or within council that doesn't value our built heritage and have desires to protect it and improve it. There's there's specific issues in relation to this application, and I think it might be helpful just to highlight the fact that the unique element of this is that it's the facade or facade or that is listed, and that's unique to this. No, there's because we don't want any other owners of listed buildings to use this as a precedent and say we'll run off and the a blind eye was turned here. A blind eye wasn't turned from my perspective anyway, because it is something that I thought long and hard, walked up and down that street many a time, and stopped and looked at it, and I know there is a level of this being subjective, but I think it was very useful to get the expert advice from HED at this meeting. But I do agree that the economic benefits, the windfall of improving our built heritage has as material as well, and it is something that this committee should can take into consideration. But it sort of doesn't give carte blanche, and we don't want that message going out to any owners of listed buildings to say that if we can prove an economic benefit, then you can do what you want, because that would be the wrong message to go out. And I don't believe that that's the view of anybody within this chamber. But there is a unique element to this, is that the building itself it's the facade that's listed, and that is what's has been highlighted before. That's a unique element to this, and it's not within any conservation area. So it does give us that scope to put weight on economic benefits. So I just, if the proposer and seconder would agree to consider that as part of the overturn,
Yeah.
it might help.
Chair, look, and I'm happy with that, and the sense of there is and has been and has been proven a lot of work by the applicant has gone on to preserve that facade. So the vast bulk of what HED is talking about has been protected and restored. Materials put in, that ensures that is carried forward. So there has been a strong element of protection in this. So I agree with Councillor Jackson.
Okay. Councillor Boyle.
Yeah, just one further thought in relation to that. I completely agree with Councillor Jackson and Councillor Gallagher as well, and that is that, you know, we're not sending out a message here by any means that it's okay, and we will turn a blind eye and a nod and a wink. That's not what this is about. But the reality of it is that we have to. This has been very, very finely balanced, Chair, and I think we all really do appreciate how finely balanced it is. And one of our planning team did also point out that you know, there's at least a verbal commitment to extend the ground floor that then may mitigate the height that we have, etc., etc. And I understand that we cannot condition that. However, I pass this building day in, day out, and I'm no hotelier by any stretch of the imagination, but I would be fairly certain it would be to their advantage to do that, because their ground floor is not actually very big at the minute. And I'm sure they would want to extend their business to give them an even better chance. And so that's what I would expect to happen. And I certainly hope nobody's come along and try to pull one over on us. I don't expect that as the case either. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Councillor Boyle. I think everybody's had their opportunity now to speak, so I want to go to a vote on this, please.
Thanks, Chair. Members, this is the recommendation for LA 11 2025 0001F, and the recommendation to overturn the officer's recommendation to approve the application. Alderman Keith Kerrigan. Alderman McMorris has left the room. Alderman Janice Montgomery.
For.
Councillor John Boyle.
Or.
Councillor Caroline Devine. Councillor Paul Gallagher.
Or.
Councillor Christopher Jackson. Councillor Fergal Leonard. Councillor Patricia Loke.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Liz McGowan.
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Martin Riley.
For.
Thank you.
Okay, the members, the result of that is 9 for, 1 against, and 1 abstention. I'm going to move on now to number 5 is LA 11 bar 2025 005 bar LBC, and Andre is taking us through this one. Just to let you know, we've had a couple of breaks today, and I would propose, if it's all right with everybody, that we'll go on till about 6:25 or so. There's a couple more applications. If we can get through them today, it'd be great. Everybody okay with that? Thank you.
Okay, members, this is application LA 11 2025 0005 LBC. Apologies, I am having difficulties with the presentation. So thank you through the chair. This application is a list of building consent for retention of fifth floor roof extension to boutique hotel. Amendments to extent plan and permission LA 11 2023 1265. That's at 15 Strand Road, Derry, and the recommendation is to refuse consent. So you'll be aware of the application site. It's located at the junction of Strand Road and Sackville Street. You will be aware of the photographs of the existing listed building, which are in your pack. The renovation and extension to the roof has already been completed on the site. The listed building consent application has been assessed against relevant planning policy as detailed in your planning report. And HED were consulted on the application, and they advised that the application, the development as built, shall have a significant adverse impact or harm on the list of buildings that is contrary to the SPPS, and it's contrary to HE4B and HE4E of the LDP policies. The application site is located adjacent to the list of buildings, and the conservation area policy refers to development which is within or adjacent to or affects the setting of the conservation area. The existing elevations as built, you'll be aware the plan and permission list of building consent was previously granted. However, the development was not built in accordance with the approved plans, and the rooftop extension is approximately 3 metres higher than that which was approved. There was one representation received from the Ulster Architectural Heritage during the processing of the application, and they concerns that the application was in contravention of policy HE4, policy HE3, that it was retrospective permission which undermined the planning process and it sets a damaging precedent. Therefore, members, taking account of the relevant planning policy and material considerations, the representation received and advice received from Historic Environment Division, officers recommend that the list of building consent is refused for the reasons that it's contrary to HE4 of the LDP, and that the development design does not respect the list of building in terms of scale, height, massing and alignment. And number 2 refusal reason is that the proposal is contrary to HE4 of the LDP, and that the proposal does not respect the essential character of the building and its setting, and its features of special interest do not remain intact and unimpaired. Thank you, members.
Thank you for that, Andre. I'd just like to invite Martin Simon again to address committee.
Chair, councillors, thank you for the opportunity to address the planning committee on this planning application. This new boutique hotel provides a 60 seat bar facility, 120 seat function room, 68 ensuite bedrooms, a 200 seat conference facility. The hotel brings the following construction benefits: £12 million investment in the city centre heritage asset, 74 temporary construction jobs, 133 direct and indirect jobs, and £11 million additional gross value added during construction. The finished hotel brings the following benefits: 24 full-time jobs, £7 million direct tourism spend, and 285,000 additional spend per annum. And in total, 19.6 million direct and indirect tourism spend over 25 years in the city centre. The direct and indirect financial employment and tourism benefits are clearly significant for the city centre economy. There's also significant support for the proposal from local businesses. The 68-bed hotel will be the 5th largest hotel in the city. The developers also operate the Maiden City Hotel with 44 bedrooms. In total, these hotels provide 116 tourist bedrooms along Strand Road. This represents a £20 million investment in tourism in the city without grant. This proposal enhances this part of Strand Road, which has suffered from dereliction and antisocial behaviour. The original hotel approved at 40 bedrooms with significant deficiencies in terms of limited size, awkward room sizes, low ceiling heights, and protruding concrete beams. The developer, keen to provide quality hotel accommodation, has reduced the number of approved bedrooms from 9 to 8 beds per floor. The first floor bedrooms had restricted sunlight, daylight, and poor views and aspect due to the existing external parapet wall and balustrade across the windows. This building was bombed in 1981 and lay derelict until 1986. The roof and all historic internal fabric has been lost. Only the Portland stone fabric is listed. The developer has made significant financial investment in repairing and enhancing the building's original stone facade and brought the building back to its former glory. I believe these identified benefits outweigh any objection from Council HED. I'll hand you over to Simon, please.
I think maybe Simon will be going over the same as, in the interest of time, just as, would it be honest and different than what we've heard before, Simon?
Chair, you're correct. That's fine. I'm happy to stand down.
I'd just like to pass it over to members at this stage if there's any questions for Matt or Simon, and also for Dermot. If there's any questions for any of them? Anybody online, any questions for the gentleman? Okay, then moving on. Is there any questions for the officers? I'm not seeing anybody. Okay, then, members, there's a recommendation there in front of you. Invite comments or proposals from the committee. Thank you. Councillor Gallagher.
Thank you. Again, very similar to the last one. I don't want to go over them all now, but at G4, like I'd be of the opinion that this conserves and secures a building's upkeep and survival, and that it very much remains intact or impaired, and in fact it's probably strengthened, and investment has gone on to protect, in particular, the facade. And again, there's no formal restrictions, height restrictions, under the Derry strategic design policy. And again, going through the whole lot, but
Councillor Gallagher, sorry, I'm interrupting you again. Are you making a proposal?
Yes.
Right. So we're taking this as a proposal fee from
That's the proposal now.
All right. Sorry, I hadn't heard that.
I'm sorry. I'm making the same proposal as previously, Chair. That
and just very briefly, the two
we overturn the officer's recommendation. If you want that formally said, I propose that we recommend overturn the recommendation. And on that, the first one is G4. And I'd be of the opinion that this conserves and secures the building's upkeep and survival. It remains intact and unimpaired, and in fact it's strengthened by the investment that has gone on to protecting the facade. And again, under the Derry strategic design policy, there's no formal height restrictions that should come into this. And again, as in the previous one, the windfall to public benefit of saving and sustaining this building outweighs any harm caused.
Thank you for that, Councillor Gallagher. Could I have a seconder for that proposal, please? Councillor Devine, thank you. We'll now go to the vote on this, please.
So this is the vote for LA 11 2025 0005 LBC, and this is the recommendation to overturn the officer's recommendation. Alderman Keith Kerrigan. Alderman Janice Montgomery.
For Suzanne.
Councillor John Boyle. Abstain. Councillor Caroline Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Paul Gallagher.
For.
Councillor Christopher Jackson.
Abstain.
Councillor Fergal Leonard.
No.
Councillor Patricia Logue.
For.
Councillor Liz McGowan.
Abstain.
Councillor Martin Riley.
For.
6-4.
Six.
6-4, 3 abstain.
So 6 for, 3 abstentions and 1 against. Suzanne
Yeah.
just wants to come back in.
And through the chair, procedurally, members, because we are proposing to grant a list of building consent contrary to the advice of HED, we have to notify the department under Section 89 of the Planning Act, and they will come back to us with their position on that. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Members of Barrier, thanks of course to everybody involved in them too, and we'll talk about the time, but it's important that we hear it from everybody. And thanks to people here at the top table as well, as somebody referred to us, for all the work that they've done. I would like to move on now to number 6 here, LE 11 2024 0887/0. This is Irving Road, Eglinton and Kieran's doing this one.
Thank you, Chair. This is item 6, LL 11 2024 08870. This is an outline application for a site within an established cluster for a dwelling and detached domestic garage on lands 24 metres south of Slopmanus GAC 93 Irving Road, Eglinton. As members can see, the site proposes a rectangular plot cut out of a larger field. That's the site location plan there outlined in red. And then we have, sorry, things are a bit slow here. Then we have the overhead then, ortho, which shows we have the Gaelic Pitch Clubhouse, a small number of dwellings on the other side of the road, and this is the site here. I don't know if members can see that, just in the field below the clubhouse. In terms of the site itself, then, as this cut out a larger field, this is a low hedgerow located along Irby Road and a mature vegetation belt along the northern boundary. The remaining boundaries of the site are undefined. The site is located adjacent to a number of dwellings on the opposite side of the road, with Slopmanus GAC Clubhouse and Pitch is located to the north, with the settlement of Tamnear and then to the north of this again, which you can see in the slide attached. Then we have the slide on the left shows the site that's on the left off the road with the mature boundary between the site and the clubhouse. And again, the low roadside boundary. And then the slide on the right shows the site as you're leaving Tamnear and behind the clubhouse. Again, this is the mature boundary to the north, and this is the site itself then proposed. In terms of consultations on this application, there were 7 consultees, all of who had no objection to the proposal, with some providing conditions and informatives, which have been covered in the report before members. In terms of representations, there's been none received to the application. The main policies relevant to this application are contained within the Derry City Strabane District Council Local Development Plan Strategy, with the main policies being Policy GD Paul 1, ODC 1, which is development in the countryside, Policy How 22, new dwellings in an existing cluster in the countryside, Policies CY 1 and CY 2, which relate to integration and rural character, and Policy TAM 2, access to public roads. Policy FLD 3 in relation to flooding is also applicable. And then we have policies NE1, NE2, and NE3, which relate to the natural environment. And in terms of maps, the Derry Area Plan 2011 maps and zoning only apply to this application. The site itself is located within the open countryside, with the first policy considered being ODC 1, which sets out a range of development types which are in principle considered acceptable and will help sustain rural communities, such as housing. In this case, the application meets the requirements of this policy. And then in terms of house in a cluster, the main policy for consideration is policy How 22, which relates to new dwellings in an existing cluster in the countryside. This policy has a number of criteria, 1 to 7, which the development must meet. In relation to criteria 1, the proposal does lay outside of a farm and is not within a cluster of 4 or more buildings, 3 of which are dwellings. However, paragraph 16.167 of the plan strategy recognises that there are some particularly strong, established and recognised rural focal points with the local GAC pitches and clubhouse can be considered which the local GAC pitches and clubhouse can be considered alongside the adjacent housing. In cases such as this, it would be environmentally sustainable to provide a small number of opportunities for rural dwellings at these locations, and officers are content that the proposal in this case meets criteria 1. The proposal also meets criteria 2 and 3 as the site clusters as a visual entity, associated with the focal point being the pitches and the clubhouse. The site also meets criteria 4 and 5 as there is a suitable degree of enclosure in the site and the development can be absorbed into the existing cluster. The proposal also meets criteria 6 and 7 as there will be no adverse impacts on the amenity in the area, and overall the proposal meets the requirements of policy How 22. The site proposed has also been considered against the requirements of policy CY1 and CY2, which relate to integration and rural character. Officers are content that the proposal meets the requirements of these policies and have recommended a siting condition to ensure the dwelling on the site would integrate and cluster. As members can see, this is just the area that we've recommended for siting has been highlighted orange on the attached map. In terms of transport then, the proposal has a new access proposed, which DFI roads have raised no objection with. The proposal therefore meets the requirements of policy TAM 2 and the relevant criteria GD Pol 1 of the LDP. And then in terms of natural environment, the development has been considered against the requirements of policies NE1, NE2 and NE3, which relate to the natural environment. Officers are content the proposal meets the policy requirements. The access and visibility displays will require the removal of hedgerow. However, the removal of the hedgerow outside of bird breeding season, the replanting of the hedgerow behind the visibility displays complies with the requirements of these policies. Flooding has also been considered in relation to the site due to a watercourse running through it, and DFI rivers have also been consulted and they require a 5-metre access strip to be left for maintenance of the undesignated watercourse, and a condition can be applied requiring this, which meets the requirements of policy FLD2. Overall, having considered the relevant policies and consultation responses, approval is recommended with the standard conditions provided to members in the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Kieran. I believe we have Alan Boyle, the agent, online. Still there with us, Alan?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Alan, you have 5 minutes now to address the committee, and I'll give you a shout about 4 to 4.5 minutes, and I'll be asking you to conclude your remarks. Thank you.
Look, thank you, Chair. Thank you, committee. I'll not need the 5 minutes. I'm happy with what the planning officer has put forward, and I'm just here in case there's any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. So I want to open to the floor now. Has any members of the committee any questions for Alan, please? Anybody online, any questions for the agent? No, Alan, I don't think there's any questions coming your way, but thanks very much for waiting and attending today. Does any members of the committee any questions for any officers, please? Councillor Devine.
Chair, no questions. I'm happy to make a proposal if that's all right with you. If there's...
Yeah, go ahead.
Kieran, thanks very much for the report. I'm more than happy to propose that we accept your recommendations to approve it.
Can we have a seconder, please? A second by Councillor Boyle. And we'll go to the vote now, please, Suzanne.
Thank you, Chair. Members, this is a vote to approve LA 11 2024 0887F. Alderman Keith Kerrigan. Alderman Janice Montgomery.
Or Suzanne.
Councillor John Boyle.
Or.
Councillor Caroline Devine. Councillor Paul Gallagher.
Or.
Councillor Christopher Jackson.
Ta.
Councillor Fergal Leonard.
Ta.
Councillor Patricia Logue.
Or.
Councillor Liz McGowan.
Abstain.
Councillor Martin Riley?
4.
Thank you.
So there's 9 for and 1 abstention. So that application has gone through. Members, I'm very conscious of the time, but I'm also very conscious in case we don't have a quorum tomorrow for one reason or another. And I would like to just go through item 8. Number 8, it's a council application. Kieran, if you could take us through that, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, this is item 8, and this is LL 11 2025 0494F, and this is for the development of a proposed community hub and creche. This is a renewal of a previous approval, LL 11 2019 0739F, which was the same development on the site, and it's on lands immediately northeast and including number 1 Ringford Road, Derry, with a recommendation to approve.
Yeah, thank you for that, Kieran.
Right,
Sorry, my apologies, Kieran.
My computer
Very
wasn't a wee
my
bit
apologies.
behind at this stage.
I seen you looking up. I thought you were looking at me.
No, I'm trying to. There's a delay between clicking on the slides and them actually showing, a good delay. Sorry, this is the site outlined in red, and then we just have the overhead ortho. Then I don't know if members can see it there. It does now clearly, but we have the existing Sure Start facility and car parking located along Ringford Road, and then we have then the Mugga play area to the side of it, which is where the actual proposal is. And again, then we just have this picture taken down onto the proposed site where the mug is. This is from the car parking area of the Sure Start. And again, below then you can see the Sure Start facility and the car parking. And then this is just the proposed site plan for the site. As the members can see, the building proposed is made up of 2 circular sections. The smaller section of the building will accommodate the creche facility proposed, with the larger section of the building containing a computer suite, multi-purpose hall, social area, meeting rooms and offices, and both sections will have a connecting corridor which will be used as a community library. The building itself then will have a mix of finishes including cladding, natural stone, smooth render and powder coated walling, and the proposal will use the existing access onto the Ringford Road and will provide additional car parking to serve the scheme. Again, members, it's taking a minute to show. This is just the layout again. You've got the 2 areas, the creche as the top part, the small part, and then we've got the multi-use area and the connecting hallway. And then we have this is the elevations of the building. It shows the mix of finishes proposed as part of the application. In terms of consultees, there are 8 consultations carried out. All had no objection to the proposal, with some providing conditions and formatives which have been covered in the committee report in front of members. And there's been 1 letter of support received to the application. In terms of policies applicable to the application, again, they're contained within the Derry City and Strabane District Council Local Development Plan 2032 Plan Strategy, with the main policies considered being GDPOL 1 and 2, TAM 1, 2 and 9, which relate to access and car parking, policy FLD 3, which relates to flooding, policy CI 1, which is community infrastructure, and policy OS 1, open space, and again then policies NE 1, NE 2 and NE 3, which relate to the natural environment. The Derry Area Plan 2011 maps and zones also apply to this application. In terms of the site's location, it's within an area of open space with a Mugga play area located off this Ringford Road. This application proposes to replace the Mugga with this new development. So the proposal falls to be considered under Open Space Policy OS 1, which allows for the loss of open space in certain exceptional circumstances. And these are where the redevelopment will bring substantial community benefit, and the loss of open space will have no significant detrimental impact on amenity, character, or biodiversity. Officers are content that the proposal meets the requirements of the policy, as the proposal will bring substantial community benefit to the area and complement the existing facilities on the site. And officers are also content there will be no loss of child play provision in the area, as the council has constructed a Mugga and play park at Ballymagordy Community Centre. So overall, the proposal meets the requirements of policy OS 1. Policy CI 1 is also applicable in this case and relates to community infrastructure. The proposal itself will support the provision, retention, and enhancement of community facilities and will be acceptable, proposals which support the provision, retention, and enhancement of community facilities and infrastructure will be acceptable where they demonstrate a clear community need. The community can access the facility via a variety of transport forms, and the proposal is appropriate in terms of scale and character. Again, officers are content the proposal complies with the policy requirements, as the community facility seeks to add a creche community library and multi-use space to complement the existing facilities in the area and provide additional support and services to the larger residential area surrounding the site. The proposal is also easily accessible via a number of forms of transport. And then in terms of transport, the facility will use the existing access off of Ringford Road and will provide additional 29 car parking spaces to serve the users of the site. The facility is also located close to bus stops, regularly served by a number of local bus routes, which allows easy access for the local community. And the proposal is also linked to the adjacent footpaths for easy access via walk and cycling for the local community. So overall, the proposal meets the requirements of policies TAM 1, TAM 2 and TAM 9 of the LDP. In terms of natural environment, the development will not have a detrimental impact on biodiversity in the natural environment, with additional landscaping proposed. This will enhance the local biodiversity when complete, which complies with policies NE1, NE2 and NE3. Overall, the proposal also complies with policies GDPOL 1 and GDPOL 2 where applicable for the development of this type, with the proposal seeking to incorporate an air source heat pump and solar panels as part of the overall scheme, which meets the requirements of the policies. Overall, having considered the relevant planning policies and consultation responses provided, approval is recommended with the standard conditions set out in the case officer's report. Thank you.
Thanks very much for that, Kieran. Well, nobody looking to speak on this one, so I'll go straight to questions for any of the officers. Nobody online either. Okay, we'll just go straight to the vote on this one, please.
Thanks, Chair.
Do you need a proposer?
I could do the proposer. Thank you.
I will propose.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor White.
Thanks, Chair. We'll move to the vote then. LA 11 2025-0494F is recommendation to approve. Alderman Keith Kerrigan. Alderman Janice Montgomery.
For Suzanne.
Councillor John Boyle.
For.
Councillor Caroline Devine. Councillor Paul Gallagher.
For.
Councillor Christopher Jackson.
Aye.
Councillor Fergal Leonard.
No.
Councillor Patricia Logue.
For.
Councillor Liz McGowan.
Abstain.
And Councillor Martin Riley.
For.
Thank you. That's unanimous.
Okay, so one abstention and not just everybody else was for, so that is passed. Members, just before you go, wonder if it would be possible to give an indication as to if you'll be back tomorrow at 2 o'clock. It's just
I should be all right then.
Chair, I should be able to join online again tomorrow at 2 o'clock, but I won't be able to be in person because as I said at the start, I'm away on council business. Thanks.
okay. Thank you very much, and to everyone, thanks very much for staying on your work today, and safe home to everyone. Thank you.